Tripping to this flex too.
Juice and Jit.
Real Israel. Yeah, man. Hey. Earth is the way the Most High made it, fam. They use fish eyes to reinforce Satan's plan. They never journeyed to the moon to try to take a chance. Lies told from the teachers to the anchor man. The final frontier in a Hollywood basement. Damn, we all fell for the nonsense, but take a stand. Abraham and all them distant ancient cultures knew the whole truth, but you know how them vultures do. And the masses don't read nothing but know the news. Not the details, but quick to give an overview. No more than a few fools who claim to go to school. Got the whole nation indebted with IOUs. That's the spending limit, now up to 4 trillion. Ain't cracked the firmament, but tell you that it's no ceiling. Flags waving in space goes against fist. Flat Earth society was set up by the politicians. They burned scrolls headed to the inferno. The Romans 1492 made the first globe. Columbus had a Hebrew translator first though. Bazaars financed the slave trade, converted souls to a heliocentric sun worship faith. Them Catholics declared to worship on another day to honor a God that their whole world revolves around. Cover-ups of UFOs and domes underground. Even science lies, Big Bang is not a theory. To the point folks claim to see a rocket clearly. Our satellites.
Shalom and welcome to a new edition of Hebrew Tribes Channel. It's your aunt G Militian. First off and foremost, giving all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High King of Kings. That's Ahaya Shar Ahaya, the great I am that I am of Exodus 3 and 14. Through the Savior, whose name is Yasha, who the world calls Christ. That's Yeshaya, my Savior. Matthew 21 and 9. They called him Hosanna. Yasha is the Hebrew translation for Hosanna. Through the Holy Spirit, which is Kekamawath, wisdom, which is wisdom in Hebrew. Shalom and Shalom, family. We finally made it back. I've been wanting to get this one to y'all. This is one of the deeper studies. We're going to switch gears a little bit. I want to do a part 2 of this, actually. I did the part 1 on this, the biblical, I call it the biblical flat earth. I don't really like to use the term flat earth too much because as I go into it, it's just a term that it leads people to the wrong, mentality. It leads people to the wrong mentality of what they should be thinking, the wrong imagery, I should say. But it's a geocentric biblical earth. But for the purposes of people finding the video, for the purposes of people understanding what the video is going to be covering, we will use the term flat earth. But we're going to do a part 2 on this, and I want y'all to really sit in tight with me. And even before I get to the disclaimer, I don't want you to just believe what I believe, go wrong with what I'm saying on this video. Really look at it like these things that are coming out, they're not coming out for no reason. These truths that are coming out about the people we are governed by, the people that we are surrounded with, our family, our friends, when these things are coming out as they have in the past 4 or 5 years, it's not by coincidence, family. This is the truth being revealed. We are in a time of revelations. That's things being revealed, and Christ is being revealed, and Christ is the word. It's the truth. So I just ask that you ask for a spirit of discernment to be placed on you as you watch this, because a lot of people are going to be led astray because they've been indoctrinated and programmed to believe what the ruling class and by and large the enemy, who was the father of lies, Hashatan, has propagated throughout the earth. And I want you to think about the layers of lies, because there's layers behind this. It's not just, oh, they're lying about this because of this, and it's just as simple. It is in a way, but it's deeper than that, and that's why I want this thing to go into the layers. Okay, so y'all check this out. We're gonna get into the disclaimer I like to read for y'all. Okay, so this is a documentary that is meant to do a review on information we have received from schools, science institutions, colleges, NASA, and government agencies alike that have presented their theories about the earth, history, and life as we know it. This is the norm of our society, and anybody that questions these theories or studies gets shunned and treated as a loon or a conspiracy theorist, quote unquote, a term that was originally given to people who questioned the JFK shooting. Yes, that's facts. Look it up. I am not asking that anyone identify as a flat earther or blindly accept the review of facts we were given without proof, but that you do your own research and use discernment to see what the truth really is. Also, in addition to all that is presented, remember there is an end game. That's what I was talking about earlier. There's an end game. There's a reason that we've been fed lies. I'm going to cover those lies, but the main question is, well, why would they lie? There's a reason. We're going to get to the end game at the end. That the elites are planning for every man, woman, and child in the last days. And a big part of that is the one world religion, which will only happen if everyone is believing the same lies which go directly against the Bible. The one world religion is going directly against the word, going directly against what the truth is. And that's what I'm here to present to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is the truth. Just see Revelation 17 and 17. They will all give their power to the beast. And with that, I say shalom. So we're going to get started. But before I get started, I'm only going to use, I counted like less than 3, really no more than 5 clips from the previous lesson. This isn't going to be a rerun, because I only do part 2s when I find new information, y'all. This is new information. And actually, it's not new information, but it's deeper information on what I went on. And then we're going to be bringing out the falsehoods of the false moon landing. Okay, so y'all check this out. Take your time and listen to what this brother has to say about why we've been lied to and the questions that we get asked when we dispute the globe theory. Y'all check this out.
Edge.
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? but many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense. Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If therefore it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not. Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Yeah, I'm going for flat. Thinking flat. You guys think? I'm thinking definitely flat.
So as you can see, this is what it is. It's a large conspiracy that they've been propagating for the last 500 years, and we've all been lied to. This isn't something that they only lied to certain people, but I can tell you, in their inner circles and inside those that are in the know, those that are in the knowledge, they understand these things. And I guarantee you this, almost 101%, people that want to shun any theory about the geocentric Earth, the biblical Earth, or the flat Earth, anybody that wants to shun it and say, oh, that's not true, what about this? They're going to point, number one, they're going to point to NASA. They're going to point to science, and which is science fiction. And they're going to also not have done any studies on how they came up with that model. That's how I shut people down. I asked them, what have you read about the globe and the solar system and all? What have you read about it? What have you really did some in-depth studying on and experimentation, to where it's not just a scientist wrote it in a book? Because that's how they fool us. They get these people in high places that are Harvard studied, degreed, and meddled up and everything to feed us lies. But they don't have any proof. That's the whole thing. Proof. Even in court, you need proof. You can't just accuse somebody, right? So with that being said, you see this guy here, Bill Mayer, and the liberal scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson, which he's a total shill. Okay, Neil deGrasse, total shill. This guy was the one that came out and said that the Earth was a pear shape. He said it wasn't round. Once the flat earthers start getting on his behind, he said, oh, well, the way it spins so fast, it's actually more of a pear shape, an oblong shape. Like, really, bro? Where are you getting this? And nobody asked, where are you getting this from? What study? What can we physically see or you present that we can say, yeah, you got a point?
You know, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. It gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped. 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 Pear-shaped.
Right? I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Absolutely nothing. So this is the whole thing too. You'll have people in prominent places. Now, I'm not saying, I'm letting you know, I don't look into who believes what, that's a star or athlete or entertainer. I don't too much get into that because we don't know these people. People love to fight for these people in comment sections everywhere. We don't really know these people. We only can know what they present and what they seem to show and the results of that. That's all we can really rate them by. We can't judge anything else. We don't know these people. But this is what I surmise of it, that there's certain of them that actually do believe in the geocentric flat earth. There are. I do believe that. They've read, they probably went over some information I'm about to go through now, and they cling to that. And shout out to them. You know, I do believe, I'm not sure who for sure, but I do believe that does exist. But then I also believe that they have paid opposition, like family. If you look at the counterculture, if you look at what they did in the 60s, you look at what they did to the Panthers, how the gangs were formed, how they did all that stuff, 60 years ago, right? These people have paid opposition, meaning that they know that the truth is going to come out. They know that people are going to gravitate to each other and some foundation of truth. So what they like to do is get in there and disrupt that truth. They call them agent provocateurs. These people, they'll be like, I'm not just making this up out of my butt, okay? They actually have, like the COINTELPRO thing. They used to pay people. This is back in New York. The FBI would actually pay people money to go into stores or go into areas and commit crime in order to increase the crime rates. And of course, they will pay them cash, so you can't trace it back. So they do the same thing with every movement. Just like with the protests, people are filing pallets of bricks. Why they got pallets of bricks here? Because, and they got people out there that the crowd's like, hey, we don't know who you are. They're running them off during the protests. Now stick with me here, because I'm telling you, they do the same thing with the geocentric Earth, or the flat Earth. They do the same thing. They pay people off to come and vouch for, but then say something stupid. Like the whole flat Earth society, that's something that they pay for. They pay for that, and they say some truths and mix in a bunch of lies, and then people say, oh, so this is what people that believe the Earth is flat are geocentric. This is what they believe, and it's paid opposition to make you look crazy. I just want you to keep that in mind, family, that they have paid opposition. You look back at the Rothschild family, they finance both sides of every war. Give me 1 second here. So the Rothschild family, they financed both sides of every war. That's how they built their fortune. So, and the second thing is, y'all, lies have the same origin. The same origin. It traces back to the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican and the Jesuits and all the kingship of Edom. That's who all these lies we've been breaking down, all these videos. It all traces. This is why my channel gets attacked so hard, because I come with scholarship and scripture. Because the scripture is the really nail in the coffin. But I come with scholarship too. So there's going to be sources all throughout this thing. But I want to talk to my believers in this as well, to see where the lies are coming from, because it does play a role. We're going to get into it. So let's get to 1 Timothy 6:20. It says, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Avoid profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science. Read that one more time. Keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science. Opposition is the opposite of science. Falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith, grace be with thee. Amen. So the whole thing is, in the Israelites bloodline, lineage, and communities, ancient and recent, there has always been geniuses. You look at the top professors, you look at the top inventors, you look at the top talking about groundbreaking finds. It traces back to a black person. Almost 19 times out of 10, y'all. I ain't trying to be facetious or pull your coattail. I'm dead serious. So keep that in mind, that science does have its place. Real science I get tired of people thinking that people, just because we believe the word and we live by the word, that we don't believe in science. We think all science is witchcraft. We don't believe in medicine. See this Greek word right here, Greek strong number 2395, iatros. It means doctor or physician. Luke, my favorite gospel, was a physician. Luke was a physician, y'all. So I'm going to stop going too far deep into that because they like to take down my videos. I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you any medical advice, okay? Hebrew Tribes is not doing that. What I'm telling you is that the history of the Israelite people, the true Hebrew people of the Bible, believed in science, both science and medicine, okay? Righteously. May differ from what we're told today. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's get to Daniel 1 and 4 to prove my point. Children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science. This is Daniel. Daniel, he understood science, cunning in all knowledge. It said, and had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. They even know the tongue, which means language, of the Chaldeans. So again, this is about scholarship. This is why even so-called Israelites will hate my page, because I don't go into the politics and the who's the favorite, camper elder, or what's the flavor of the month. I don't really care. Y'all can have that. Respect, but y'all can have that. We deal with scholarship. All praise to the Most High, man. All glory to the Father. 1 Corinthians 1:19 through 20. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. I want y'all to remember this verse for the very end of this lesson. Put this one in your back pocket. Read that again. 1 Corinthians 1:19 through 20. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? These people that want to dispute what the word say, but what the world say. Why are you defending the world? Don't you know it says you're a friend of the world when you do that? And if you're a friend of the world, you're an enemy of Ahia. Okay? It said, which is the disputer of this world. Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? Remember these two verses. Write it down. Take a screenshot. I'm telling you, not bragging. Remember this. These people are some damn fools, man. Now this verse right here, this verse is for Israel. Isaiah 29:14. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, speaking of Israel, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. They don't want to hear who's wise in Israel. I'm speaking to y'all right now, Israel. You don't want to hear who's wise. You want to hear who strokes your ego, tell you what you want to hear, blessings and blessings and blessings. You don't want to hear the truth. That's why we're in the situation that we are in at this time. But what do you say? A city on a hill is seen by everybody, just like that light up the whole house. You don't light up a candle and throw it under a blanket. So this is that light of truth. Let's get to it. Jeremiah 8:9, because we love these so-called worldly wise men. And then we turn around and see we don't have any spiritually wise men. Which one is better? Which one is greater? The wisdom of the spirit or wisdom of the world? The word will tell you that. If you so-called believer, the word will tell you that. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. They have rejected the word of Ahia, and what wisdom is in them. When people, and for my brothers and sisters on the highways and byways, on these streets of YouTube, streets of Facebook and Instagram and whatever app you might be on, TikTok, don't trip when people don't get this. You just keep planting them seeds. Don't trip, because when you're defending the wisdom of the world, that's what you get. And you see what condition that the world is in. That's what you get. So with that being said, we're going to get into a couple of these videos. Y'all just check this out. Y'all check this out.
How do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing? Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysicist, runs an observatory and profits from the lies.
I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute, couldn't refute, couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
Now, first of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. Now that'll be a great advantage, boy.
Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic.
The world is round? Yes, yes, that's right. And it also goes around.
1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat.
Everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. Everybody knew the Earth was flat. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
So you see here the $5,000 cash offer from Wilbur Bolivar in 1914. And I don't even know how long that money goes. 5,000 is good today. I offered on my last video, I offered $2,000 for somebody to prove some flight patterns wrong, and another guy that was doing videos at the same time, he offered $22K or $20K, something like that, for people to prove him wrong. All these people are saying that we're wrong, but they're not getting that money. Why don't you prove us wrong and get the money? You can kill two birds with one stone, but they can't do that, right? And the second pick here, I want you to look at, again, dealing with science. Just a little testimony here. When I was young, in my grade school days, my young grade school days, I was a big fan of science, you know, and what I started to realize back then, I didn't have the understanding I have now, but a lot of their things that they base as concrete and they teach as the absolute truth is actually theories. It's all theories. It's all theoretical. Just like these youngins, these young people that, you know, are in their 20s, early 20s, or late teens, or sometimes earlier mid-teens, and they're thinking they're gonna get out here and do this and do that and get in the world and do this, and you got older people telling them like, no, it doesn't work like that. No, you're gonna have to do this first. You're gonna have to take steps. They're like, no, I'm gonna be a CEO. I'm gonna graduate high school and I'm gonna run a business. I ain't work for nobody. You're like, no, they don't work like that. You got to start somewhere. You got to work your way up. So it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So we realize as we grow older, those that grow in wisdom anyway, that a lot of things that we were told and we were taught are untrue. They're unproven, and they're the theories of man. They're the doctrines of man, the thoughts of man, the vain imaginations of man. When you're dealing with the true science, like I was speaking about in Daniel, when Daniel said, you know, when it says in Daniel 1 and 4, they were skilled in science. Science has to do with observation. You observe something. Then number two, you question something. You question, hey, how does that work? How do these things work? How does this or that work, right? Then you look at the hypothesis. Then you have a hypothesis. I believe that, or I think, or I surmise that this happens this way. If I was to put this chemical in this whatever, it would cause this kind of reaction. You have a hypothesis. Then the number four thing, you experiment. You do that experiment. You put that chemical in that solution and you experiment. You something physical that people can see, and then you analyze it. If I put this solution in this and it will cause, I don't know, steam. You do it, you analyze it. Does it cause steam? That's the analysis. Then you come to the conclusion. And you don't do this just once, y'all. You do this time after time after time after time. You do it, let's just say 100 times. And let's say 98% of the time, that solution placed in that chemical, whatever, did cause steam. Then you could say 98% this is true. And then you pass it on to scientists, and they do it, and they analyze it, and they study it. Then it comes out as this is real. They didn't do any of this, just to, not to jump the gun here, but they didn't do any of this to prove a globe Earth. They didn't do none of this. None of this. Please, somebody in the comments, correct me. What experiment did they do hundreds and hundreds of times that can be proven without a doubt? Not some vain experiment where they hung something from a string. I know y'all gonna put that. I ain't talking about that one. I'm talking about a real experiment. So we're gonna move to the next section, man. Okay, so this next section is sun and star worship. And before I get into this, family, it is 1,000 times 1,000% true that the people of ancient, especially dealing with the Romans and the Grecians, and even the Persians, even the Egyptians, all the ancient societies that ruled the earth dealt heavily in sun and star worship, and also moon worship. Worshiping the constellations, worshiping, as the Bible says, the host of heaven. Y'all check this out.
Recent discoveries have uncovered dates, agendas, and goals that connect the Jesuits to a massive deception for the purpose of a multifaceted end-time delusion. The design of this deeply hidden plot has been to change the perception of the masses regarding the authority of the Bible, the correct shape of the earth, the layout of the universe, and the Creator's position in it. This change in perception has prepared minds for the overwhelming delusion to come upon the world under the first woe, the fifth trumpet, prophesied in Revelation chapter 9. This delusion will be a demonic attack under the pretext of an alien invasion. Reportedly, Vladimir Lenin observed, "A lie told often enough becomes the truth." This quote is discovered within the belief of most. The Earth is a sphere. It spins through space while orbiting the Sun, hurtling thousands of kilometers an hour inside our Milky Way galaxy. So ingrained is this belief, if one speaks of the words flat Earth, listeners snicker. The mental reflex of a flat plane from which a person might fall into an infinite space creates this disrespect. A globe Earth, because unproven, is pseudoscience, yet believed worldwide and passed from generation to generation, and any who question it is mocked and ridiculed. For millennia, well-educated people believed the Earth was flat and placed at the center of the universe, enclosed there with a protective covering. In the early 16th century, Nikolai Copernicus introduced a different model of the universe in which the Sun lay at the center and the Earth revolved around it. Copernicus heliocentric model is taught today, while the earlier geocentric model has been utterly rejected. Less than 100 years later, Galileo was persecuted by the Catholic Church for promoting Copernicus' theory and forced to recant his beliefs and spend the last years of his life under house arrest. Galileo's persecution for promoting heliocentrism is surprising, as the Catholic Church initially supported Copernicus' theories. Consider the following facts. 1. While some sources claim Copernicus never took the vows of a priest, he was a cleric and never married. Furthermore, the fact that in 1537 King Sigismund of Poland put his name on the list of 4 candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland makes it probable that, at least in later life, he had entered the priesthood. When Pope Paul III sought Copernicus for advice on how to reform the calendar, Copernicus at first demurred to answer. Later, he wrote a series of letters to the Pope containing accurate observations that actually served 70 years later as a basis for the working out of the Gregorian calendar. 3. For a long time, Copernicus refused to publish his beliefs on a heliocentric universe. Finally, in 1531, he published a brief abstract stating his theory in 7 axioms. From this, the concept spread rapidly. 4. 2 years later, Albert Windmanstadt lectured on the Copernican model before Pope Clement VII, an action for which he was richly rewarded. 5. In 1536, Cardinal Schönberg, who was Archbishop of Capua, urged Copernicus to fully publish his theory, or at the least have a copy made at the cardinal's expense. 6. Between 1539 and 1541, Copernicus published and distributed a 66-page letter and a preliminary chapter. 7. Copernicus explained in a letter to Pope Paul III that he finally yielded to the insistent urging of Cardinal Schönberg, Bishop Guies of Culm, and other knowledgeable men, and agreed to publish his manuscript. Copernicus' theory of a heliocentric universe was well known at the upper strata of the Catholic Church in his lifetime. While he preferred his theories published after his death, he ultimately agreed to publish his manuscripts on the persistent appeals of high church officials. Catholics were not first to reject Copernicus' views, for they themselves admit opposition was first raised against the Copernican system by Protestant theologians for biblical reasons. The Catholic Church advanced Copernicus' heliocentric model, constantly urging him to spread it abroad, together with other theories that opposed the sacred scriptures. The necessity to change public conception from an accurate belief in a flat, enclosed earth to a false belief grew slowly. With sapient baby steps, the whole world would become amenable to the final delusion of an alien invasion under the first woe. The Catholic hierarchy had the perfect opportunity to lay groundwork for a global deception to culminate in this Earth's final generation. This deception required a globe Earth spinning throughout the vast reaches of space, space inhabited by aliens and other sentient life forms. These contrivances created doubt in the Bible, putting science ahead of Scripture, which advises mankind the earth is enclosed and unmoving. They also place the Creator far away from His creation by presenting a universe unimaginably vast. To engineer this transformation in belief, the newly created Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, became the agents of change. The Roman Catholic Church was waging war on the new Protestantism believers having come from their own system, while Copernicus was resisting appeals to publish his theory of a heliocentric solar system. Under the approval of Pope Paul III, the Jesuit order was established in 1540, and Copernicus dedicated his book, Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, to this very same Pope. This newly formed order, the perfect instrument to implement a clandestine operation for the Pope of Rome, began changing the public perception of the authority of the Scriptures, the earth, and the Creator through the Copernican revolution. By deliberately teaching their followers to invite demonic spirits into their human spirits, the Jesuits exposed what manner of mankind each truly was. The Jesuit founder, Ignatius of Loyola, had taught all members of the Society of Jesus certain spiritual exercises which made them practical, mind-controlled slaves to Satan. They were to daily become as corpses or cadavers, that they unhesitatingly obey the will of their superiors. In opening the mind to the influence of demons, these Jesuits brought in a spirit of malevolence, a demonic intelligence that was unprecedented in Catholicism. Now, satanically controlled, the Jesuit priests became successful in every evil endeavor. They became infamous for their skill at deception and subterfuge, their ability to infiltrate governments and institutions of learning, their standing as advisors to kings and new leaders in education. The very influence they wielded was tantamount to becoming humanly insurmountable. Working through government entities and in the field of world education, they guide scientific research to further their own ends and present the biggest lie of all time, a globe Earth. Following Copernicus' publications, it is probable the Jesuit order has produced more astronomers than any other demographic in Europe. That, ostensibly, a religious order should produce so many scientists should cause surprise. However, as these scientists have focused nearly exclusively in but one area, this gives us reason to question. Upon rejection of the sacred scriptures, which teach us Earth is a fixed, immovable object under a protective covering, a nefarious foundation was laid. Atop this were built perversions designed to force humanity to doubt the very word of our Father Yahuwah. With the biblical geocentric model rejected, a new explanation was required. A globe Earth, its orbit of the Sun for millions of miles every year, illimitable realms of space with billions of galaxies, each composed of billions of stars with worlds innumerable. All this became necessary to explain the new heliocentric model of the universe, and mankind, over a short time, lost his divine significance. Thereafter was created an environment within which the writings of Charles Darwin found a receptive audience. Once science showed the Bible wrong, the disparager then diverged from her religious guise altogether. Anything suddenly became possible. There was nothing above question, including how the earth seemed to appear in the vastness of space with all else, and the existence of extraterrestrials. The Big Bang Theory is, today, the leading explanation about how the universe began. At its simplest, it talks about the universe as we know it, starting with a small singularity, then inflating over the next 13.8 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. Priest Andrew Pinsent holds advanced degrees in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, as well as a doctorate in particle physics from Oxford. In January 2015, he wrote, "Being both a priest and a former particle physicist at CERN, I am often asked to give talks on faith and science. Quite often, young people ask me the following question: how can you be a priest and believe in the Big Bang? To which I am delighted to respond, we invented it. Or more precisely, priest Georges Lemaitre invented the theory that is today called the Big Bang, and everyone should know about him." The author of the Big Bang theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest Georges Lemaitre. On October 28, 2014, Sarah Kerr reported,
Speaking to members of the Pontifical Academy of Science, the Pope said it is possible to believe in both, insisting God was responsible for the Big Bang from which all life evolved.
L'inizio del mondo non è opera del caos che deve a un altro la sua origine, ma deriva direttamente da un principio supremo che crea per amore. Il Big Bang, che oggi si pone all'origine del mondo, non contraddice l'intervento creatore divino, ma lo esige. L'evoluzione nella natura non contrasta con la nozione di creazione, perché l'evoluzione presuppone la creazione degli esseri che si evolvono.
Follow from cause to effect. 1. Without a globe Earth circling the Sun through the far reaches of space, we do not have the Big Bang. 2. Without the Big Bang, we do not have evolution. 3. Without evolution, we are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator. The Roman Catholic Church does, in fact, accept evolution. Acceptance of evolution and its integral law of survival of the fittest gave rise to the bloodbaths of the 20th century in which millions lost their lives. Numerous researchers have established incontrovertible connections between the Vatican and the Nazi Party. Regardless of the level of collaboration between the Vatican and the Nazis, what happened after World War II is even more significant. Operation Paperclip smuggled hundreds of Nazi scientists, including top SS officers on trial for war crimes, into the United States for use in America's Cold War space race. One of these Nazi Party members, Wernher von Braun, was promoted to head up NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Under Operation Paperclip, some 350 German scientists and former intelligence agents were given visas and well-paying jobs. Many of these scientists had questionable pasts. Braun himself had been an active member of the Nazi Party, and his colleague at NASA, Dr. Hubertus Struggold, a specialist in aviation medicine, had performed experiments on concentration camp inmates. The purpose of this massive and illegal undertaking appears to have been for the establishment of a worldwide authority on all things relating to space and astronomy. NASA became the public face of space. It has long acted as a front, providing an unsuspecting world with pseudoscience legitimized by the backing of the U.S. government. NASA is its own monopoly. It controls the dissemination of public information on astronomy while hiding facts it does not want the public to know. While many countries and universities have observatories, always it is the statements, photographs, and discoveries of NASA that make the news headlines. With NASA in charge of the flow of astronomical information to the public, it appears the Vatican has remained a central player in the truly accurate astronomy not being released to the public. For hundreds of years, the Vatican has owned more telescopes and observatories than any organization, private university, or government. NASA and the Vatican jointly own Lucifer, the world's largest binocular telescope. According to the official Vatican website, the Vatican Observatory is one of the oldest astronomical institutes in the world. And yet, where are the photographs? Where are the news releases of the latest discoveries? Precisely what have the Jesuit astronomers been doing for the last 500 years? Only they know. NASA's public release of information promoting the idea of an expanding, thus ever larger universe of incomprehensible size has led to the supposition there must be alien life on other planets. After all, if the Big Bang produced life on Earth, why couldn't intelligent life have evolved elsewhere? In combination with Hollywood and the science fiction genre, NASA has created an environment in which contact with extraterrestrial life forms is both fearful yet desirous. A recent book may hold the key to understanding the final steps in this long conspiracy to delude the final generation. Authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam recently published a mind-boggling book in which they allege the Vatican actively seeks extraterrestrial life with their new Lucifer telescope. The book Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, Project Lucifer, and the Vatican's astonishing plan for the arrival of an alien savior asserts the Vatican is waiting for an extraterrestrial savior. In researching their book, Horn and Putnam were granted permission to visit the observatory on Mount Graham, which hosts the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, VAT, in September 2012. Not only were they able to discuss the study of deep space with the Jesuit astronomers there, but they also gained access to one of the top Vatican astronomers in Rome. Horn said Brother Guy Consolmagno, who has also been called the papal astronomer, told the authors some astounding information during 5 interviews. He says without apology that very soon the nations of the world are going to look to the aliens for their salvation, said Horn. Consolmagno also gave the authors private Vatican documents which reveal much of the thinking of high-level theologians and astronomers within the Church. Horn said these documents show that they believe that we are soon to be visited by an alien savior from another world. These statements are not that shocking when the Vatican's ever-evolving stance on science and space is understood. On May 12, 2014, Pope Francis expressed a willingness to baptize extraterrestrials who indicated a desire for baptism. While the comment was clearly tongue-in-cheek, it made international headlines, this one crowing, "Cool Pope is so cool that he's willing to baptize Martians." The net effect? It removed the idea from science fiction and transferred it to the realm of possibility. Talking about it as if it were possible gives rise to minds more accustomed to the construct. After the Vatican hosted a 5-day conference on extraterrestrial life, Catholic priest Jonathan Morris appeared on U.S. Fox News to answer some questions.
how would it change the church's teaching then? Well, if you consider for a moment, if you determine that there is extraterrestrial life there.
Well, one thing would be fascinating would be not only extraterrestrial life, but if it were extraterrestrial intelligent life forms. That would definitely make us go back and say, maybe our understanding of perennial truths needs to be updated. Now, the way we look at it is this. It's not about whether or not God was the creator, but rather how he created. It's not a question of whether original sin, this Adam and Eve story, is true or not, but our understanding of how that played out. So it's growing in our understanding of perennial truths.
I think that's an interesting explanation there. And I think also if it were determined, Father, that would be an earthquake, would it not?
It would be, and especially if the Vatican were involved in accepting that.
Questioning the cosmology of the earth often leads to people doubting Scripture and its author, and prepares the way for the overwhelming deception prophesied in Revelation chapter 9. Earlier it was stated, the Catholic hierarchy was presented with a perfect opportunity to lay the groundwork for a global deception to culminate in the final generation. The purpose for this intricate, multi-layered deception is to deceive the world's masses and create a desired outcome. To usher the world into a united one-world religion with the Pope reigning supreme, the devil will create a problem. This problem among Earth's citizenry will demand a solution. The solution will have a predetermined outcome. Our wise Creator has revealed this culmination of deception in Revelation 9. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven onto the earth. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of Yah in their foreheads. And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion, when he striketh a man. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them, and their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. The key to unlocking this prophecy is found in the phrase bottomless pit, from the Greek word abyssos, also translated deep in Luke 8:31. Demons beg to be sent into the swine rather than back to the bottomless pit, the same as the English word abyss. The star fallen from heaven refers to Satan, and when he is given the key to the bottomless pit, he releases hordes of demons onto the earth, appearing as an alien invasion from space, the first woe. These evil angels, as extraterrestrials, will have a distinct appearance and will launch a horrific attack on the earth, lasting for 150 literal days. The trumpets are both a solemn warning and a merciful invitation. They warn probation will soon close, and invite all on earth to accept Yahuwah's free gift of eternal life. Those who heed the trumpet's warnings show their loving gratitude by living in compliance to Yahushua's will and are in obedience to all the requirements of his divine law, including the fourth commandment. The trumpets are loving gifts to these living saints of Yahuwah, who, after the close of probation, stand in the sight of a holy Elohim without a mediator. Almost 2,000 years ago, well before a Roman Catholic or Jesuit ever appeared, this series of events was foretold. Does not the amazing foreknowledge of our Father truly strengthen our faith? The righteous will see the trumpets unfold as prophesied, and their courage is strengthened. They are led more steadily to rely on the promises of Him who cannot lie. We know the alien invasion is the manufactured problem. Naturally, a representative of mankind will be chosen to negotiate a peace treaty with these invaders. The solution will be predetermined and under the direct control of Satan himself. Francis, the eighth and final pope, steps forward to negotiate this faux peace. A Jesuit, he has come under the direct control of demons by way of the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola. Francis has previously ensured he has sympathetic ties with all religions. Thus, will be the logical choice as mankind's representative to establish a peace treaty with these invaders from outer space. As Savior of the world, the Pope will then be in a perfect position to establish one common worship day for all, Sunday, calculated by the papal Gregorian calendar. This unification under one government and one religion will appear logical to those more desirous to have a traitorous peace in a sinful world than to live as is their Creator's way, which brings in eternal life. These want only an easy way out, and will join and enforce Satan's new one-world theocracy. All heads of state will hand their sovereignty over to the Pope, as Scripture explicitly spells out. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. This is the event that begins the final struggle between the forces of good and evil. Under threat of continued extraterrestrial aggression, the peoples of Earth will come together to wage relentless war on all those who stand for Bible truth. The conscientious few who place the word of Yah above all earthly mandates will be seen as renegades. Individual religious liberty will be sacrificed for a promised yet finite safety. It is better for a few to perish, it will be argued, rather than the entire world is plunged into suffering under continued alien aggression. When the fifth seal was opened, John saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahuwah, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? The answer given is portentous, and foreshadows the intense persecution that shall come upon the righteous under the first woe. During that time, many will be martyred for their faith, as they refuse to unite with the wicked world to worship on a day that pays homage to Satan, the great deceiver. And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled. For 500 years, this Jesuit conspiracy has taught the story of a globe earth, circumnavigating the sun, itself spinning around the center of an immense galaxy which likewise speeds with over billions of galaxies throughout limitless space. Within this immense realm, surely there are other varieties of intelligent life which inhabit other worlds? These lies climax with the alien invasion prophesied in Revelation 9. The ultimate act will occur when Francis, as Satan's representative, assumes leadership of the world while negotiating a peace treaty on behalf of the human race with the fallen angels. Then Satan will have achieved his long-desired goal to rule the earth.
So this is why it says in John 4:22, I love to go to this, ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Yehudi, salvation is of the 12 tribes. That's who salvation is subscribed to, the people that are under the covenant. Okay, we're going to get more into that at the end, but these are the people that wrote the Bible, who the Bible is written for. We know what the salvation is. It's the truth. That's why Yasha is called the word. The word. The word is truth. These people don't even know what they worship. They're worshiping something and they done lost their whole mind on it. And I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna start a channel called Lost Your Damn Mind. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So Deuteronomy 4:19, and this is the Most High's message to the Israelites about doing this stuff. It says, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, the moon, and the stars, even the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. The nations were given up to worship that stuff because they worship the creation. This is 1 Corinthians 10:20. I would not that you should have fellowship with devils, because they make sacrifices unto them. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what Paul was saying. These other nations, they don't worship the Most High. They're dealing with constellations. They worship in trees. Didn't we go over Saturnalia? I'm telling you, they worship all this stuff. The Most High's not with that. He's been and the fact is, the Israelites of old and today, we follow the ways of the heathen, and we are destroyed because of it. Let's get to 2 Kings 23:5. And he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in high places in the cities of Judah and in the places round about Jerusalem. Them also that burn incense unto Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets. It's one place where it says planets in the scripture, and to all the host of heaven. So you got to understand, these people worship these things so much, it started to, they started to rather change or try to change what the truth is about the earth. They love the sun so much. Have you ever heard somebody say, you think the world revolves around you? Or this is my whole world? Because everything's revolving around the world. So when you putting something else there, like the sun, something that you're worshiping, you're saying, oh, everything revolves around the sun, because the sun is your main point of worship. That's their light. Their light is the sun. Our light is Yasha. Their light is the sun. We got to remember that. These people, I went through these religions. All of them stem from the harlot. She's the mother of harlots, right? All of them, they worship in the elements. You can tell by the holidays they keep. You can tell by the customs that they keep. They're all connected to ancient pagan worship. Ancient pagan worship is worship of the sun, moon, and stars. The fallen ones, y'all, and the fallen ones, all ultimately. What basically the fallen one and his fallen comrades taught to mankind. So you see here this pic, Neptune, god of the sea. Do you think it's a coincidence that Neptune is a quote unquote blue planet? Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. You see here the horoscopes, the symbols, and this is what trips me out, not just about Israel, but about grown people in general. You base your life off a horoscope, like you're 35, 38, 40, 28. you've lived your teens and all that. I kind of get it because we're taught that in the society. Not saying I approve of it because it's crap. I was into it deep, which is why I found out it was crap even before coming into the word. But these horoscopes, this is a religion. This is star worship at its finest. Your horoscopes are in the stars. That's what you're worshiping. This is why even in the ancient, before a telescope was invented, they knew where these so-called planets are. All these planets are, they're just stars, family. That's all they are. They're just stars, and what they did was they put a CGI effect on it to make it look from the circle that it was in the sky into a sphere in the sky. That's what they did. Because when you look at them, they're see-through. When you look at them through a, what's that, Sony Nixon 900, whatever, they're see-through. So how do they look like that when we can see it in real time, but NASA's showing you all these ball images?
The phrase, waters above, waters below, likely refers to the biblical concept in Genesis 1, 6-8, where God separates the waters above the expanse from the waters below by creating an expanse. The reason the stars seem to be wavering is because they are in the waters above the firmament. Have you ever looked at an item immersed at the bottom of a pool? It has the exact same effect. Computer-generated imagery, or CGI, is a specific technology or application of computer graphics for creating or improving images in art, printed media, simulators, videos, and video games. These images are either static, i.e., still images, or dynamic, i.e., moving images. CGI both refers to 2D computer graphics and more frequently 3D computer graphics. NASA uses CGI technology to show the stars we just viewed to be 3D objects and relabel them as planets, namely terrestrial physical masses that can be explored.
They worshiping them, y'all, to this day. So we're gonna get into the next section here. Okay, this is space exploration of mankind, because we're gonna jump around a little bit. We're gonna do it the old format. We're gonna jump around a little bit. I want y'all to look at this video, the rocket versus outer space. Now we're gonna get into some science, like we talked about earlier. Science. What does science say? Y'all check this out.
Did this rocket just prove that space is fake?
We have lift off. Okay, it's going. I paid very close attention to when this rocket breaks out of the bubble. Here we go, watch this. Try to do something really weird. Pay attention. What is that? If anyone can explain what this is, please let me know. Thanks for watching and stay weird.
Let's jump into the science. So, low Earth orbit, LEO, refers to an orbit around the Earth with an altitude of 2,000 kilometers or 1,200 miles or less, encompassing the region closest to the Earth where many quote-unquote satellites and the International Space Station reside, unquote. Because you look it up, they haven't been past low Earth orbit. They haven't been past that. The one time they claim to have got past that was the moon landing in 1969. But they also say we don't have the technology to go back. Even with with these smartphones, you did all this Wi-Fi, all this AI, but we can't make it back. Their words, not mine. Let me read. As of March 2024, humans have not traveled beyond low Earth orbit since the Apollo 17 lunar mission in December 1972. Currently, the United States, Russia, and China are the only countries with public or commercial human space flight capable programs. Well, that's not true, but that's what they say. Now I have the sources in the description box. This one is IADC Space Debris Mitigation Guidelines. This is a PDF. It's all lies, man. And we're gonna look into the scientific side of it. We don't have to go into what it is. I showed y'all some stuff on the last one, how they found a bee in space, because they're filming this stuff on Earth, y'all. And let y'all know they're filming this stuff on Earth. I'm gonna prove it though. Without sufficient oxygen, fire cannot begin and it cannot continue. Think about this. Think about how many times they've shown you these rockets. And I want y'all to think also the movie industry is it's came out. They're in bed with the CIA. They're in bed with the government. So these people, they understand that we're very influenced by what we hear and what we see. So when they're putting these items and ideologies rather out for the mainstream to consume, you think about Star Wars, you think about Star Trek, you know, you think about space exploration, Deep Space Nine. What was the one? I can't even remember. It's so many of them. It's so many of them, and it begins to brainwash you to make you think this stuff is real. Fire don't work in space though. Let me read it. With the decreased oxygen concentration, the combustion process, because they all say, oh, well, it's combustion. That's how it works. Let me read. The combustion process slows. Oxygen can be denied to a fire using a carbon dioxide fire extinguisher, a fire blanket, or water. Fires can't start in space itself because there is no oxygen or indeed anything else in a vacuum. It doesn't work, y'all. It don't work in a vacuum. This is why when you have a grease fire, you're not supposed to put water on anyway, but if you have a grease fire, what are you supposed to do? In the pot, you put the cap on, because that stops it. Let me continue. This is also the sources here are lighting fires in space is helping us make greener energy in Earth. It's from New Scientist, but they say they can't do it in space, but they named the article we can do it in space. You see what I'm saying? That's basically, they're lying to you in plain sight. So then you have here the Fire Triangle Archives and the Wayback Machine. This is from June 2009. So this is the fire triangle definition. Basically, the fire needs oxygen in order to breathe. It can't survive without it. Okay? So we're going to get into this video now. I want you to see about flames and shadows. Did y'all know flames don't cast a shadow? Y'all check this out.
Flames don't cast shadows, but it seems that the graphics department at SpaceX did not know. Flames don't cast shadows, but it seems that the graphics department at SpaceX did not know.
So that makes you think about when he appeared to Moses in the burning bush. He was a flame, a fire. He didn't cast a shadow. You know, there's one verse that asks, what's the weight of fire? We don't know, do we? But we know everything. Let the scientists tell it, right? I've been getting on this dude Hills for so many years and really trying to show atheists, even if you say you don't believe in God, even if you say you don't believe in the Bible, even if you say you don't believe in scriptures or Christ or whatever, your atheistic faith of the Big Bang Theory, evolution, all this stuff came from the Catholic Church, came from a dude named Georges Lemaître. I always get his name wrong. Georges Lemaître. Let me read about him. He's a Belgian priest and cosmologist and is credited with formulating the modern Big Bang Theory. Again, it's a theory. You have a law of physics, but you have a theory. And even the law of gravity, it's not gravity like the dude said earlier, it's density. That's why some stuff floats and some stuff falls, right? But check this out. He's the father of it. He's a Catholic Belgian priest. So even the atheists are following the Catholic Church. Proposing that the universe originated from a small, dense, primeval atom that exploded, leading to the expansion and evolution of the cosmos. Never in the history of history has an explosion caused order. Think about any time a bomb has went off, it never caused order. Somebody likened it to you putting your clothes in the dryer, you running the dryer cycle, and you going in and your stuff is already folded and neat. Does that ever happen? Do you ever see that happening? But you think that an atom blew up and created all this perfection we see. We got all types of different materials and trees and life and animals and all these different things in our society. We think Adam just blew up, and I'm gonna read some more about that. The the Big Bang Theory posits that the universe originated from a tiny, incredibly hot, dense point that rapidly expanded. Let me stop right there. Again, like I told you, I used to be into science. Heat is energy. You understand me, family? Heat is energy. If you walk into your kitchen, let's say it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you go in there to get a cup of water, right? And you feel heat. You left the stove on, or you feel heat. You turn the heat on and the heat cut on. That's energy. Heat comes from energy. Follow me here. Heat comes from energy because it causes something. The atoms are gonna have to rub together. It's gonna cause a something like a fire, like the when you flicking that lighter. That's energy. It doesn't just come from nothing. You dig what I'm saying, y'all? Okay. So it says incredibly hot, dense point that rapidly expanded. Again, expansion denotes energy. Energy doesn't come from nowhere. Do you see where I'm going with this? Energy don't come from nowhere. It doesn't come from, it just doesn't appear out of nowhere. Energy is a very deliberate force. Like that girl, that track star that was running and hit the girl in the back of the head with the baton. She wants us to believe that, oh, it just happens. And no, energy happens. That was a forceful hit. You fractured that girl's skull. That's what I'm trying to tell you today. Energy is a force. It's a force. Something has to be behind it. You dig what I'm saying? If you wake up in the morning like I did years ago, go out to your car, and somebody knocked the bumper off, like it happened to me years ago, the bumper didn't just say, oh, I'm just tired. Oh, I'm tired of living. I'm just going to lay down for a minute. Like, that don't happen. Somebody did a hit and run, causing energy. They put their foot to the gas, a force hit your car, knocked the bumper loose. It's an energy. It's a form of energy. But they say it expanded, just got hot and expanded. All this energy, where did energy come from? Where did the atom come from that expanded? So there was nothing, then an atom. Like I've been asking for years for all the non-believers or people that question the Bible or whatever, what's the scientific analysis on the origin of matter? Where did matter come from? Let me continue. Okay, but expanded, not an explosion in the traditional sense, but rather an expansion of space itself, with the universe cooling and forming matter over time. This is what they tell you in Harvard and Princeton and Brown and Yale. This is what you see what I'm talking. The wise are foolish. So forming matter, how? What experiment? How, Sway? You ain't got the answers. Let's get to it. So yeah, this is the culprit here, George. So again, they make up lies as they go along. You know, because it's kind of like if you've ever dated a liar or been in a relationship with a liar, it's not just one lie. You know that, right? They're not just gonna tell you one lie. Oh, I was at Steve in them house, or I was out with my sister. They're gonna give you multiple lies, and then when you start to catch on, they give you brand spanking new lies. Like, wait, there's more. They give you more lies. That's what they do. They're talking about Jupiter don't rotate around the sun. They've been telling us that our whole life. So you were gaslighting us since first grade? Like, what now? So now it ain't rotating around the sun. So all the models we made back in school, we need to throw those out. We should have got an F, right? Need to go back to third grade now, right? Another one. The space balls. Where are all these planets? I've been seeing this for years. They find a new planet every other month. Where are they? I'm telling you. Lies, another one. 13 million Earths could fit in the sun. Really? So the sun is that big. But Jupiter don't roll around, but everybody else do, right? You see what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. I'm all asking y'all to do is just use a little bit of common sense in this. Use a little bit, because you get right here too. There's more fake planets. Like I said, if you really look at what NASA is doing, it's really diabolical. So let me finish the section out. So I want y'all to watch these two videos, and I've ran these before. Going to these professors, these scholars, these people of academia, and asking them simple questions, right? Y'all check this out.
Canine kind, the coyote and the domestic dog, and there's the feline kind, which is the cats, the tiger and the kitten, and you've got humankind. So Darwin said there'd be a change of kinds over many years. So could you give me one example of observable evidence of a change of kinds?
So, for instance, the fossil record shows the common ancestors of all carnivores, that cats and dogs were once linked, united by a common ancestor.
How long ago?
This, I believe, was like 60 million years ago.
I don't want something I have to accept by faith. I want it to be observable.
Observable evidence. Well, I mean, if you're just asking me here on the street, there's not really much I can tell you in terms of observable evidence. Like, we would have to really examine existing data to draw conclusions of our own.
I would have to have faith then.
We would have to have some amount of faith.
Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution where he said there'd be a change of kinds?
A monkey to a man, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, a change of kinds.
I don't really believe there's any proof for that yet.
Well, monkeys are the only ones with the 5th digit, like we have.
Well, koalas have a 5th digit. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Think we're evolved from koalas?
No.
When I went to, like, Washington, D.C., I saw they had a whole exhibit just on the...
In the Smithsonian?
Yeah, in the Smithsonian.
Oh, wait, so that is just like some stuffed dummies, like standing around a fire.
I know that everyone talks about the missing link for humans and whatnot. I believe that there are connections that are out there that we haven't found yet.
I'm going to trust what those experts did. Those experts came up with.
I have a strong trust in evolutionary ideas based on the evidence presented.
Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds?
I haven't seen it myself, but I believe what the textbooks tell me about it, so...
You've got faith in the experts?
I have faith in the experts, yeah. I guess similar to how religious people have faith that God actually exists, I have faith in the experts knowing what they're talking about.
The scientific method must be observable and repeatable. So could you give me one piece of observable evidence for Darwinian evolution?
Okay, I would point to, as one great example is, look at the genetics of the stickleback.
What's that?
So stickleback fish are a very interesting collection of species that were recently isolated after the end of the Ice Age.
What did they become?
They're various species of sticklebacks.
They stayed as fish?
Well, of course.
Can you think of any observable evidence where there was a change of kinds?
Fish.
Human beings are still fish.
Human beings are fish?
Why, yes, of course they are.
How long did that take?
A couple of billions of years, millions.
A couple of millions? How is that observable?
It's not.
We came out of the ground as a mammal, and one mammal created...
Come out of the ground? Didn't we come out of the sea?
Huh? Well, initially in the beginning, we came out of the ground and the sea after the great destruction of the...
So do we have lungs or gills when we came out of the sea?
You want to know something? Those that were in the sea, I guess, had gills, and those that were on land had lungs.
But if we came out of the sea, we had gills in the sea.
You want to know something? Who knows that we came out of the sea or we evolved from mammals?
So you don't know?
Huh? Of course I don't know.
I'm accepting that they did their science correctly.
Could you give me an example of Darwinian evolution, not adaptation or speciation, but a change of kinds?
These are changes of kinds.
They're still fish.
They're distinctly different fish.
We have thousands of examples.
Can you give me one?
I can give you thousands.
Just one.
For instance, I would say look at Lenski's experiments with bacteria then.
So what did the bacteria become?
The bacteria are still bacteria, of course.
So that's not Darwinian evolution. That's not a change of kinds, is it?
It is a change. It is a change in the genetic makeup of the bacteria, which is
still bacteria. So what did the bacteria become?
A new kind of bacterium.
So it's still bacteria. There's no change of kinds. To summarize, the observable evidence that you give me for Darwinian evolution is bacteria becoming bacteria.
No, it is bacteria acquiring new metabolic capabilities.
You said before that There is lots of evidence for evolution. I just want one observable evidence for Darwinian evolution. No, just one.
But I gave you some. You don't want.
Not some. I want one.
Wait, you don't want that.
I want one. Yes, I do. I'm pleading with people.
You asked me to tell you. You asked me to tell you when I've watched one species evolve into another. Isn't that right?
No, one kind into another. There's 14 different definitions of species. So I want a change of kind.
When you're talking about kinds or change in families, you're actually talking about macroevolution. You're talking about changes on the level that separate, say, cats from dogs.
So could you give me any examples of Darwinian evolution?
Well, when you say examples of that, then you have to sort of look at over a longer time frame.
It has nothing to do with faith. Faith is something that I have to, unseen, I have to believe in.
That's it, unseen. Look, do you believe evolution?
Of course I do.
Are you a believer in evolution?
Yes, I am.
When did you start to believe evolution?
I started to believe evolution when I started to think out for myself.
Is evolution a belief?
Well, you know something, evolution is a thought process. Is coming to terms and checking out all the alternatives, like taking a look at the religion, man-made religions.
Let me ask you again: is evolution a belief?
No, evolution is, well, yeah. In a word, yeah, I could say it could be a belief.
When you say change of kinds, you mean the evolution of one species from another or to another? Yes, we have that in action actually in the Galapagos.
Could you give me one instance?
Yes, we have an example from a group of birds called Darwin's finches.
You take a look at the difference between the finches on the islands that all started out. I mean, that's very, very observable.
But that's not Darwinian evolution. There's been no change of kinds. What do the finches become?
They become genetically new and anatomically new, recognizably different species.
So they're still finches?
Well, of course, they're still finches. Yes.
So they're not a change of, there's no change of kind.
Little birds that he had observed.
What did they become?
Their beak shapes.
They're still birds.
Yes.
3 finches that turn into different types of birds.
They're still finches.
Well, for example, Darwin and his study on evolution of the birds on the island that he went on to there.
Their beaks changed?
Their beaks.
They're still birds. There's no change of kinds. That's within the kind.
It's evolution on the beaks.
So that's called adaptation. It's not Darwinian evolution. There's no change of kinds. There's no different animal involved. I want something that shows me Darwin's belief in a change of kinds is scientific. Darwin spoke of a change of kind. Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution where there's a change of kind?
Change of kind. Change of kind. I'm gonna have to think about that one a little longer.
You give me anything that I can see, observe, and test, which is a scientific method for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds.
Test and observe.
Could you give me observable evidence, which is a scientific method for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds?
I gotta think about it. So you want the evidence of it?
I would say
I cannot, I think. It's a hard question, actually. Mitochondrial DNA. So, can you repeat the question again?
Could you give me any observable evidence, just one, for Darwinian evolution?
Let me think about that for a sec.
Observable evidence, something where we don't have to exercise faith. Something that can be observed, like the scientific process, observable?
That's a good question. That one I'm not quite sure.
So you can't think of any observable evidence for evolution?
No.
How do you know it's true?
I'm not sure.
So Darwinian evolution is not observable, it's not scientific.
I guess so.
So it's unscientific. You can't prove it.
It's scientific, actually. You could prove it. It could be proven. Just
do it for me.
That's hard. That's just too broad of a...
It's unobservable. That's why you need millions of years.
Yes, exactly.
You're trusting the biology majors and the biology professors know what they're talking about, and they can't even give me evidence of a change of kinds.
Well, then there isn't one. If they don't give it, then I wouldn't say there was.
Yeah. I just go on what I've seen and what I've learned from class.
So you believe?
Yeah.
You know what that's called?
What?
Blind faith.
Blind faith.
Faith is the great cop-out, the great excuse to evade the need to think and evaluate evidence. Richard Dawkins.
Do you believe in intelligent design?
Of course not.
Do you think everything is intelligently designed?
No, I don't believe that things are intelligently designed.
Okay, you seem like an intelligent person, so I'm going to ask you something. I'd like you to make me a rose, okay? How would you make a rose?
I don't have the capabilities to do that.
Hang on. No, it's not intelligently designed, so you should be able to whip me up a rose real quick. Do you believe a rose is intelligently designed?
Definitely not.
In order for me to know what to make, I have to know what a rose is.
Well, it's got a seed, so you've got to start with nothing and you've got to create a seed from nothing.
Oh.
Can you do that?
No, I can't.
Could you make a rose from nothing? No.
Can't make something from nothing. It's just basic, science.
A rose from nothing?
A rose.
Just like, I can't, honestly.
Why not?
Me, I have no supernatural abilities.
All the geniuses in the world can't make a grain of sand from nothing. We don't know where to start.
I can't.
Why not?
I don't have millions, billions of years.
That would be physically impossible. I mean, I would have to. That's not possible.
So how could you say everything's not intelligently designed? Where does that leave you on the scale of intelligence if you say everything's not intelligently designed and you can't even make a rose?
Why do you think there's no one teaching intelligent design at UCLA?
Because they're not allowed to.
We can teach anything we want.
There's a reason intelligent design isn't taught in our learning institutions. According to physicist Victor Stenger, the legal staff of Freedom from Religion Foundation, a church-state watchdog group, has had remarkable success in convincing many institutions, such as school boards and town councils, that they are breaking constitutional law when they sponsor sectarian activities. That includes intelligent design. When the authorities can't be convinced, Freedom from Religion Foundations...
Evolution holds that dinosaurs evolved 220 million years ago and died about 65 million years ago from any of a number of possible extinction events. But the Bible teaches that all land animals, including dinosaurs, were created on the sixth day of creation, just thousands of years ago, and they were all named by Adam just before God handed over his completed creation to Adam and Eve, charging them to take dominion over his completed creation. Then, about 4,300 years ago, the entire world was deluged by Noah's flood, and the dinosaurs, along with billions of other creatures, were wiped out. Let's take a quick look at some evidences that show that the biblical account might actually be true. First, dinosaurs are cleverly designed. Consider this Triceratops. Its 2,000-pound head is mounted in a way that allows it to turn every which way, yet still be strong enough to ram something, even while running. What about massive sauropods with weight-bearing systems from hip to toe that allow its 200,000-pound body to even walk, and neck vertebrae that are 90% filled with air so it can lift up its head? Next, there's the absence of dinosaur ancestors and transitions. Even the Chicago Field Museum sign admits there have been 0 transitions between dinosaur kinds. It shows question marks regarding where they came from. It's almost like someone just put each basic kind on Earth right at the same time. There are even dinosaur design features that show they lived in the ideal pre-flood world. Sauropods can exceed 200,000 pounds, yet they have tiny nostrils for breathing. Pterodactyls may have been too heavy to fly in today's atmosphere. Same with huge pre-flood dragonflies. The fossil record is filled with giant creatures and plants. We know this because there are billions of dead things buried in rock layers laid down by water all over the earth. And when we look at the dinosaur fossil record, we see that they were buried furiously, rapidly, and simultaneously, oftentimes found fleeing in groups. Take this massive bone bed in Hilda, Canada. Thousands of centrosaurs were catastrophically buried over an entire square mile. Or this one in China, where thousands of different kinds of dinosaurs were simultaneously buried in a single 980-foot-long ravine. There are hundreds of dinosaur bone beds all over the world, including the U.S., where the Morrison Formation covers 13 states and 700,000 square miles. Thousands of torn-apart dinosaurs are buried here in hundreds of mass graves, with many found in the classic death pose with their necks arched back, choking as they died. Museum signs everywhere even admit they died in a watery catastrophe. Some dinosaurs are even found mummified, with tree leaves, flowers, ferns, shrubs, and algae still in their stomach. Dinosaurs are even found buried with marine creatures. Isn't a global flood the best explanation for this? Scientists have been discovering soft tissue in dinosaur bones. They describe blood cells, blood vessels, connective tissue, and even collagen, which has a maximum shelf life of about 900,000 years at 40 degrees. With a maximum shelf life of less than 1 million years, what's collagen doing in dinosaur bones that are supposedly 65 million years old? Many dinosaur bones are even found unfossilized in places like Madagascar, Alaska, and Montana. Does this evidence seem to support the Bible's recent and violent flood, or evolution stories? Kind of makes you think, doesn't it? Find out more.
So this is another thing I came across in my studies, this dino fossil fuel thing. We were told that the fuel that we put in our cars come from dinosaurs that liquefied and made gasoline. Now think about how much driving that we do. And I'm talking about how long cars been out, since what, the early 1900s, right? You think we burning dinosaur? You think you got dinosaur fuel in your car? You think them T-Rex bones in there? I've read this thing where the brother was saying, like, no, gas is a natural resource in the ground just like anywhere else, like oil and everything else. They go in the ground and find these liquids and minerals and all this other, just like they find gold and whatever. It's all in the ground. It's a natural resource. Just depends on where you find it. It doesn't come from no fossils. Wouldn't we have ran out by now? Question I ask myself, but y'all can research this for yourself. I'm just saying. So this is another one I want y'all to see. So this is from NASA's website. Again, they write their truth in books, and they give you the lies in movies and films and schools. They're betting that Americans don't do the research. They're betting that you don't read. Just like the slaves, they got killed for reading. Today's slaves would think that reading gonna kill them. Another set of axes used in establishing the equations of motion referred to as a Earth fixed axis. So it's saying this is what it would be like if the Earth didn't move. When, check this out. A flat, non-rotating Earth assumed for this study so that the Earth fixed axis system is actually an inertial system, which is needed when applying Newton's laws. What they're saying is, in order to really study Newton's laws, you can't do it on something that's spinning and flying through the air, going crazy. You couldn't do it. You would need something still and flat and non-rotating. And that's what they describe the Earth as, because that's what they base all Newton's laws on. How do you do physics on something that's moving? How? Go figure, right? So when the Earth fixed systems, the vertical axis being positive in the opposite direction, and it goes on and on. But basically, that's what they're saying. This is from their website. So NASA talks about the flat Earth in page 22 of their PDF here. So that's what they were saying was discovered, and there's more I have on that too. They're not the only ones. There's explorers that actually was able to explore and see. But I'm not going to put that cart before the horse. Let's get into this next section, y'all. All right, so we're going to bring it back to scripture in this section, the movement of the sun. So Genesis 15 and 12. And when the sun was going down, not we were moving around, when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and horror of great darkness fell upon him. When we go to Genesis, same chapter, verse 17. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those places. So again, the sun is going down. Doesn't say the earth was moving around the sun. It says the sun was going. The sun was the motion. Was the object with the motion. The earth was a motionless object. We're going to get more into that. Let's get to Exodus 17 and 12. But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands the one on one side and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. Again, they were holding Moses' hands up while he was holding the tablets. All glory to the Father. So let's get to Numbers 2 and 3. And the sun was doing what? Going down. Remember that, y'all. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah pitch throughout their armies, and Nashan, the son of Abinadab, shall be captain of the children of Judah. So it's saying here the rising of the sun. So that's why we have sunrise and sunset. And if you look at the videos I'm showing, like, you see the sun going and coming. And again, they'll lie and say because the sun is their God, we're moving around it. It's not moving around us. We are the center of the universe, this earth. And with that Big Bang and all that, which I didn't get into the last section, but that Big Bang teaches that you were just made by chance. So this is why you have the nihilists who don't believe in right or wrong. It's just whatever you want to do. You were made by chance. 13.8 billion years ago, hey, do what you want to do. If you want to go be a serial thriller, go be a serial thriller. If you want to be a whatever, and have all kinds of corn studios, do that too. Whatever you want to do. Because you're here by chance. There's no morality. There's no logic. There's no reason to your life. You're just a speck of dust in the cosmos. So the sun is moving around us, the geocentric earth, not the other way around. So this is the second thing, y'all, that they don't really go on and go into, is that the Most High created the sun on the fourth day. The earth was here before the sun. The Big Bang and science don't teach that, do they? They teach that the sun is the center of the universe. It's what blew up and started the whole spinning thing, which, okay. What does the Most High say? Let's read. The sun, the moon, and the stars, fourth day. Genesis 1:14 through 19. And the highest said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, for seasons, for days and years. Going back to the Jubilees. Happy Brew Year to y'all. Last Shabbat, that was the first day of that was after the last Shabbat of last year. Sunday began the new year, Hebraic year, the Enochian year. Because we use these lights that he put in the heavens. The enemy has no control over that, family. No control over that. And every year ends on a perfect time. I'm telling y'all. And begins on a perfect time. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. So he put these lights up in the heavens. Let's see what lights he's talking about. To give light upon the earth, and it was so. And Ahijah made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. You know the stars. The lesser light is the moon. The greater light is the sun. And Ahijah set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. They're in the firmament. This is why they can't go past the low earth orbit. They can't break through the firmament. There is no outer space. As humans, we are limited. Science teaches we can go anywhere, light years and all this other crap. It's a lie, family.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation.
But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation.
Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. For this flight, it's time to head home.
It's a lie to keep you in the dark. That's why anybody lies to you, it's to keep the truth away from you, to keep you away from the truth. No other reason. Let me keep reading. And to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness, and the highest saw was good, and the evening and the morning were the fourth day. This is the fourth day of creation. Because some of these people, again, just take it as it's written. I get it. Sometimes you got to look deeper, but sometimes it's just as it's written. Oh, well, each day was an eon, so there were 7 eons with 7,000 years. So we went 3,000. You saying that it was 3,000 years before he made the sun? He made the sun on the 4,000 year? Really? Does that make you sleep better at night? I don't know. I don't know. We do have to respect that there was a divine creation of this earth, and there will be a divine destruction of this earth. Believe it or not. Let's get to the sun and moon and the lights of heaven. Okay? We'll talk about the lights of heaven, the sun and the moon specifically. This is how we calculate our calendars as well. Then the book of Enoch and Jubilees. Okay? The book of Enoch, chapter 72, verses 3 through 4. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, so the sun is still moving, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. And the moon rises, so the moon moves too. They give you half truth because we know the moon moves, right? That's something we can agree on. But both of them move. The moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and the left of these portals. So there's a video, and I'm going to put the notes in there, where a guy was talking about, oh, well, you know, how the sun moves and where does it go and this and that. It's going in these portals. There's portals in the heavens where the sun and the moon goes to. Okay, G, now I can see y'all saying, now you're making an assumption. How do we know that? Well, when you see the moon and it's a crescent, it's only reflecting through the portal, the light of the sun through that portal. That's why it's only a crescent. When it's in the same portal, when they're facing each other, now you see a full moon. When it's half, you see a half moon. When it's a quarter, you see a quarter moon. This is how it works. It's going through those portals. They're never going to admit this in science. They're just going to tell you what they believe, what they think. But that's how that happens. That we can observe that. We can see that every month. Every month. Okay? And they're both up there. There's been videos and footage of somebody, you know, like they said, sailing around the world following the sun, saying we have 48 hours of daylight. No, because you're following it. You're following it as it goes around the world, because the world is a big clock. When we're all on somebody's time, whose time was we on? We on the Most High's time, family. Let's get to Enoch. Let's get to verse, same chapter 72, verse 37. And as he rises, so he sets and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon, but as regards the size, they are both equal. So what is Enoch saying here? He's saying that they both set and decrease, but the sun is 7 times brighter than the moon. So when the moon is reflecting that sunlight, it's only reflecting a 7th of it. That's why it's not as bright. It's not giving its own light. Light is given unto it. There's verses that say light is given unto the moon. Where is it given from? From the sun. Through what? Through the portals. Y'all check this out. From one of these 6 portals depicts 1, the seasons, and 2, the reflection of the light on the portion of the moon. Also, the sun and moon are the same size, but the sun is 7 times brighter. The moon is literally in front of the sun during a solar eclipse. So that's how a solar eclipse works, but I'm going to explain a lunar eclipse. Because I'm going to let you know, science can explain it either. The only way to explain it is the portals, okay? Of the moon, but as regards to size, they are both equal. So check, this is why the sun, how can the moon block out the sun during a solar eclipse? They're both equal size, the sun just brighter. That's why you can still see it shining around during that. So from Google, when the sun, earth, and moon, this is what they say, are precisely aligned, a lunar eclipse will occur. Check out the diagram below. That means those who can view the lunar eclipse will not be able to view the sun, as the sun is opposed to the other side of the globe, quote unquote globe, right? Now, how is this possible? This is what it says. Let me read that again. That means this is from Google, y'all. Science. That means those who can view the lunar eclipse will not be able to view the sun, as the sun is supposed to be on the other side of the globe. They say, look, when the sun, earth, and moon are precisely aligned, a lunar eclipse will occur. That means it's in one line. All right. Historical accounts of a sunrise during a lunar eclipse, and where the sunrise and lunar eclipse were seen at the same time. Okay. Also, they say during some of these eclipses that the top of the moon is lit. I'll show you some examples. When there have been hundreds of pictures where the bottom of the moon was lit during a partial eclipse. Notice in scripture when it talks about the moon not giving her light, it says that right before the sun would be darkened. It always mentions the sun first. They are lying again to you, family. The Most High put things like this in place to show that He controls all, and the wisdom of the world is foolishness. So I'm going to scroll through these pictures. You see the NASA explanation for this. Completely lies. Okay, there's another picture of the lunar eclipse, the moon eclipse at sunrise. I thought they're supposed to be in a perfect line. How can we see both, right? And then they say, oh, well, it depends how the earth, it may be coming out of the eclipse. Well, why is you got ones where the bottom of the moon is dark, you got ones where the top of the moon is dark, you got ones where the sides of the moon are dark on either side. How does that work? Science can explain this. Let me read again. Enoch 73, 2-3. And her circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and her chariots which she drives is driven by the wind. And light is given to her in definite measure. So you got brothers, and shout out to my brothers and sisters in the truth. But you got some in the truth, that deal with some of these organizations in Israel, the real Israel, and they don't believe in none of this stuff I'm speaking here. Well, they believe it insofar as they don't believe that the earth isn't what school and academia has taught us for the last, 100 years in school, because there was once a time when they taught the flat earth, as I'm going to continue to show you. There was a time when this was a theory before they made it a truth. And I know somebody, man, that got plenty books. I'm talking about library, all shelves and everything, and does a lot of reading. Put me on a lot of my stuff. It ain't physical. It's PDF form. It's easier to get to. It's free. I can read it. Phone. Most time I'm on the phone, I can read it or whatever. And I'm telling y'all this right here, man. This brother don't believe this. Sisters that don't believe this, because they can't break that programming of what they were told. But the only time he refers to orbs or spheres, he's talking about the sun and the moon, never the earth. Let me read. 2 Baruch 19, 1-3. And he answered and said to me, therefore he appointed a covenant. Remember this, Israel. The Most High appointed a covenant for them at that time and said, behold, I appoint for you life and death. And he called heaven and earth as a witness against them. For he knew that his time was short, but that the heaven and earth will stay forever. They, however, sinned and trespassed after his death. They knew that they had the Torah to reprove them, and that light in where which nothing could err apart from the spheres which witness and me, and I judged everything that exists. So again, this is talking about the time when the prophet died, and they seen that, you know, heaven and earth was a witness. He did the same thing in Deuteronomy. You know, choose life or death. He gives you a choice. Nobody's browbeaten or whipped into this knowledge or truth or wisdom. Nobody. You choose what you want to believe and what you want to do. Every day you make a choice, right? So he says what? Which nothing could err apart from the spheres which witness. So what spheres is he talking about? The sun, and you read through the chapter, the sun and the moon. He's not talking about the earth. Let's get to that word ball in Hebrew. It's dur. Okay? It means a ball, encircling, or a pile. And excuse me, I went through this in the last lesson. You can feel free, as Hebrew Strong 1754. Feel free to look it up for yourselves. Each time ball or orb is used, it never describes the earth. Not one time. Not one time in scripture. If the earth was a ball, why wouldn't the Most High just say that? He never describes it as a ball. Because he says it's round, he's talking about a compass. He's not talking about a ball. People can't seem to grasp that concept either. But let me read again. Remember Israel, I told you, remember he said he had that covenant. Heaven and earth is a witness to it, right? Thus saith the higher. If heaven above can be measured, to Jeremiah 31 and 37. Remember this for those that want to believe in this globe and space exploration and planets, but you in the truth. Speaking to you directly, Israel. Think about this. Thus saith the higher. If heaven above can be measured, they can measure heaven above. When you see that globe earth and all these planets, what they're telling you is we measured heaven. I don't know how what to tell you Negroes. They're telling you we measure heaven. That's what the ruling power is telling you. If it can be measured and the foundations searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all they have done, saith the higher. Now, in one breath, they'll say that they know the oceans back and front. And in another breath, they'll say we only explored so much of the ocean. Why do you think they're so bent on space exploration, so-called space exploration, and expanding their exploration efforts in the sea? Because they want the Most High to break his covenant with Israel, but he says that they can't do it. That's why when they go down so low, the pressure of the water below, that's that water pressure, they can only go so far. When they go so high, they got a firmament that's blocking them right there. They can't go above it. That's why these satellite things, you've seen falling planes out the sky. Have you ever in your life heard of a fallen satellite falling out somewhere? Ever? Because there is no satellites. They use drones and what's those non-piloted aircraft to take pictures. We're well, how do they get the pictures? They use drones and balloons and stuff like that. Non-piloted aircraft can do that. You're doing it for years. The internet, all that satellite, you go into the woods and you can't call nobody because it goes off the towers. Everything is on Earth, man. It's not up there, it's down here. So I said his kingdom coming. Ain't nothing. You never heard of a fallen satellite. You know what I'm saying? You never heard of one, right? So let's get to it, man. So this is the whole thing of science, because science will basically tell you, and I used to, speaking of the Big Bang, a show I used to watch, just kind of like, wow, you know, not like I was too much into it, like the episodes or whatever, or the seasons. I used to watch the Big Bang Theory. And one thing about them, what I noticed is that they knew everything. You know, when they got, you know, when they had their little stories that were happening in the episodes, but when they sat down and started talking about science, started talking about the questions of life and all these different aspects, they knew everything. There was nothing that they didn't know. They knew everything. And I think about this verse now that I'm in the Word now. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 17. Then I beheld all the work of God, that a man cannot find out the work that is done under the sun. You can't find it all. The Most High's work, the 7 days, the 6 days of work, the rest of the 7, you ain't gonna find his work. Because though a man labor to seek it out, they labor in these science conventions and experiments and digging and flying, and though a man labor to find it out, yet he shall not find it. Yea, further, though a wise man think to know it, he shall not be able to find it. You can't find it. It's too deep. You are limited. We are limited. I am limited. We can only do so much. Let's get to Job 11 and 7. Love the book of Job, man. Canst thou by searching find out God? Can thou find out the Almighty unto perfection? Can you know everything that he knows? Like he says, my thoughts ain't your thoughts. My mind ain't your mind. The Most High says this in Isaiah. It says, can you find out the Almighty to perfection? Some of these, and I go across the board, I'm talking about pastors, preachers, elders, bishops, all these people that have these congregations that come before the masses and oh, they already sealed, they know it all. Oh, you better not speak it. Like, really? And have they found out the Most High to perfection? I'm still learning. I'm learning every single day. I'm doing studies. I'm like, man, brothers is posting stuff, sending stuff. I'm like, man, I never heard of this. Like, it's deep. So it says here, let me finish reading this, man. It says, it is as high as heaven. What canst thou do? He said you can't get to the firmament. Their measure is longer than the earth and broader than the sea. Oh, right here it says, and deeper than hell. What canst thou know? It's deeper than hell. Even them drilling into the earth, I believe, last I checked, they only got like, what, 7.8 miles beneath the surface, 7.8, something like that. So how do they know what's down there? How can they tell you about a mantle and a core? And if the earth is that hot, there's that much heat, wouldn't it be radiating from the ground? I used to think about that too. Like, wouldn't it be all this heat, the mantle, the core, and all the lava and all that? Like, that's what the earth is made of, according to them. And we have this little bit of crust, all this heat below it. I'm just asking.
Because God has cursed me to see what life should be like.
Einstein, Hubble, Hawking, Arthur Eddington, you name them, Wolfgang Pauli, they all explain you can't prove that the Earth is moving from the Earth. You cannot. including stellar aberration. And they will tell you point blank that they can create a model for you that explains alleged parallax, which doesn't actually happen, retrograde motion, stellar aberration, all in a geocentric model with the Earth stationary. And you cannot prove that it's spinning or revolving on the Earth itself. It's impossible. Stephen Hawking in 2007 explained it, quoting Einstein from his writings in Special and General Theory of Relativity, his paper on the combined two theories, explaining that you cannot prove that the Earth is spinning. They choose to believe in the Copernican principle because they have a religion. That triggers people because they think they hate religion, they hate God oftentimes. But that is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical, verifiable evidence, and in fact contrary and antithetical to the actual evidence. Despite what the evidence says, I just now read him point blank say it can never be disproven. We disregard that possibility because of the horror of a special and unique position. Right? And I have plenty of quotes here from geocentrists or heliocentrists explaining you can never prove it. You can't prove that the Earth is or that the Earth is not stationary. But we don't want to believe that because that would mean the Earth is special. So then what do? We go look out at the background distribution, the energy coming away from the Earth. It shows the Earth's in the center. So what do? They call it the axis of evil. And then they come up with a new idea. Well, oh, it does look like we're the center, but that must mean that no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're in the center. Or we're just in the center. They don't want to say what it is because it has spiritual implications. It has philosophical ramifications. And that is that the Earth had to be placed there. It has a special, unique position. They want to believe that they're a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness where everything came from nothing and there's a pre-existing energy. Let's not talk about that part. Oh, lightning struck primordial soup and all this nonsense. And you know, why? That's a good question. Probably because they're scared of like moral accountability, I would guess. But this is the point. This is the problem. It's portrayed as science. And we're brainwashed and indoctrinated with this idea as if it is science and it's proven and it's not questionable. And you actually go look behind the curtain, it's philosophy. And they admit it. So that's why I gave the specific quotes and it was walked past. It's the crux of the whole issue. There is a philosophy that leads to atheism and nihilism and materialism portrayed onto the world as if it is in fact scientific fact. You can't prove that the Earth is moving. If the Earth is a ball that spins, which it objectively isn't, we falsified it, everything gives us the illusion that it's stationary. And this is what all of the astronomers and astrophysicists say that gave you the current model.
Now, as I said, looking at that last video with the moonlight theory, I'm not saying I'm sold on it, but it's very interesting. When we know that somebody's lying to us about everything, we got to start searching out, okay, well, what's the truth? And that was very interesting. So I just want to throw that out, y'all. Just that we need to start thinking about these things according to what the scriptures say. Like I told you before, people that fight against this, they never read how they came up with the globe Earth, or how so many describe the flat Earth before the globe Earth was even a thought. So let's get to the sun and moon is only stopped by divine intervention. So the sun and the moon are moving. We showed that, right? Joshua 10:13, and the sun stood still and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Jasher, another book that they removed? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, the firmament, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. This is Habakkuk 3:11. The sun and moon stood still. Not were moving, they stood still, the sun and the moon. At the light of thine arrows they went, and at the shining of thy glittering spear. So the Most High is telling you again, he showed you about the moon rising, the sun rising, sun setting, the moon moving. He showed you all this stuff. Then he's showing you when it was a divine intervention, him stopping it so his people could avenge themselves in a war. He stopped the sun and the moon. So let's get to the earth is stabilized on its foundations, because it absolutely is. Let's get to Psalm 104:5. Who laid the foundations of the earth? It should not be removed forever. Anything on the foundation, you think about a house, you think about a building, you think about an institution, a plaza, a structure. It's on a foundation. A foundation is steady. It doesn't move. You show me a house with a moving foundation, I'll show you a fool that want to buy it. Job 38:4. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Do y'all understand what a foundation is? Even in a relationship, a friendship, families, whatever, you have a foundation. These are principles, things that ain't moved. You don't move those things. Let's get to Hebrews 1:10. And thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of thine hands. This is New Testament. Okay, let's go back to Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 12. He hath made the earth by his power. He hath established, that means stabilized, the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his direction. See, the Big Bang says, oh, it just expanded and expanded. No, the Most High says he did it. Who you gonna believe? This is why you can't believe the school system and their pseudoscience and their theories and also be a believer. If you're truly a believer. I understand some people are fooled, but the truth got to come out. Who do you believe? Was the sun the middle of the Big Bang, or was the sun created on the fourth day? Who do you believe? Don't answer me. You got to answer to him. Who do you believe? One day all this is going to be done with. So they even have a movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still, and there's complete chaos. So they got you thinking it's spinning, and if it stops, this is going to throw off the poles. And this is what I'm talking about with that brainwashing. People really believe that this stuff is true. So when they see movies and stuff like this, oh yeah, this is. And even look at the picture. What's in the back of Keanu Reeves' head? It's a globe. You would be surprised how much globe symbolism is in everything, especially in children's stuff. When my sons are watching their shows, I'll be having to screen them anyway. But what I started to notice, I'm like, he clicked on this show he watched, or this channel he watches, and like they had 8 out of 10 of the videos were about the globe and planets. I'm like, really? They start you early. So you believe one, by the time you 20, 25, oh, of course the earth is a globe and we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and flying through space at half a million miles an hour. Does that even make sense? So again, because they're sun worshipers, they worship the sun. The sun is their most high. The sun is their deity. Speaking of the Roman Catholics, the Jesuits, and later the Christians, though they may not realize it, their symbology is sun god worship. This is why when you look at the white Christ, and yes, it matters. When you look at the white Christ, the false Christ, okay, it's Caesar Borgia. He's also a descendant of the Romans. I'm not going to get into his story. Feel free to look it up. Okay? But what I will tell you is this. When you look at the pictures of that false Christ, what's around his head? The halo, that's sun symbology. The sun, and what do they worship? On Sunday. Not the Sabbath day, Sunday, because Sunday is their God's day. Let me read. In the Latin Church, Sunday is kept in commemoration of the resurrection of Christ, celebrated with their Eucharist. The Lord's Day is considered both the first day and the 8th day of the week. What did the Most High say? What did he say? Did he say the first day, or the 8th day, or the 7th? They do and this is why I got many people understand. Satanists, and they're gonna talk about it in these videos, they turn everything around. They turn if you say left, they go right. You say right, they go left. You say up, they go down. You say down, they go up. They just switch everything. The Most High said the last day, they said the first day. They talking about the 8th day. What is the 8th day of the week? They do anything to go against the Father. So, the first day and 8th day of the week, symbolizing both the first creation and new creation. The Most High didn't say to do this. This is why it's dangerous when they sit up here and change his word and do paganism in his name. Roman Catholics view the first day as a day for assembly and worship. Ask a Christian the same thing. People got on me on my Instagram posts. Got on me, called me everything but a child of God because I was saying, you know, in the short clip, the reel about how they remove books. Oh no, that was this. Both of them did. If you want to, that both of them did, and I didn't have time to go into that in the clip I made because I didn't go into that in the video that I made the clip from. But the point is, they both do the same thing. Who else will tell you Sunday is the Sabbath? It ain't just Catholics. Come on, y'all. Y'all want to have a come to Yasha moment? Come on. Who else says that? This day is traditionally observed as Sunday in conjunction with the Lord's Day. When did the Most High say have 2 Sabbaths, man? He gave you 1. Now they want to have 2 and 1st and 8th. And come on, man. That's one of the easiest commandments to keep. And I've showed clips of this before, just as I'm showing, you know, where they declare Sunday their day of worship. And then I got the sources I'm gonna have in the description box. Why are they so bent on the sun? Because the sun is the center of their universe.
Johnny with another Mig-Mag special report. For 1,000 years, from roughly 500 AD to 1500 AD, the civilized world was controlled by Rome, but not military Rome, religious Rome. The Roman Empire had mutated from a military power into a religious one, co-opting the beliefs of Christianity and mixing them with ancient Egyptian, Greco, and Babylonian paganism. Christian doctrine that came directly from Jesus Christ and was transcribed in the Bible stated that each individual had the liberty and independence to govern their own salvation by cultivating a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. The new religious Roman Empire insinuated herself in between Christ and the believer and said if you wanted to have your soul saved, you had to rely on the priests, bishops, and cardinals of Rome. This was the worst kind of slavery because it was a slavery of disinformation. Now and again, sincere Bible-believing Christians like the Waldensians of the Alps, the Albigensians, Jerome of Prague, John Wycliffe and his Lollards, Jan Hus of Bohemia, would rebel against this Roman rule and show Christians that Vatican doctrines claiming that you needed Rome to ensure your salvation were contradicted by the Bible. As a result, the papacy strictly forbade Bibles to be placed into the hands of the common person and only allowed Jerome's Latin Vulgate to be handled by clergy. Men like John Wycliffe painstakingly translated the Vulgate into the language of the people. For Wycliffe, it was English. English Bibles were then slowly and carefully copied and handled by Wycliffe's followers, who handed them out to and taught the people. In response, Roman authorities captured Wycliffe's followers, called Lollards, tied their Bibles around their necks, and burned them alive. It's what so-called Christian Rome did to all of her enemies, including Jerome of Prague and Jan Hus. John Fox's Book of Martyrs, originally titled Acts and Monuments, is completely filled with examples of Catholic authorities torturing and murdering Christians. And when a lulled was burned with a Bible hanging around his neck, it was a terrible loss, because not only were Christians being burned alive, but hand-copied Bibles were irreplaceable. But in 1517, a new rebel stepped up, an Augustinian monk from Germany named Martin Luther. Luther was furious that Pope Leo X, Giovanni de' Medici, from the powerful Medici family who helped to rule the world then and including through to today, had sent their attack dogs, the Dominicans, to cheat the common people out of their money by claiming they could buy what is called an indulgence, which is basically a receipt of forgiven sin. By paying money to indulgence peddlers like Johann Tetzel, poor Christians believed that they had some of their sins forgiven. Worse, they were told that dead loved ones were in purgatory, and they could give money to these indulgence peddlers, and the Pope would then release their dead loved ones. Luther wrote 95 short paragraphs or theses, and on November 1st of 1517, All Saints' Day, posted them to the doors of All Saints Cathedral in Wittenberg. But what was different about Martin Luther's protest and the protests of previous Christians was the movable type printing press of Johannes Gutenberg. The 95 theses were translated and replicated by the Gutenberg press and spread like wildfire. Martin Luther instantly shot to #1 on the Vatican hit list. Now remember, he was an Augustinian monk, but that didn't matter. He was waking people up and freeing them from their Roman chains, and for that he needed to be stopped. He was kidnapped by his benefactor, Frederick the Wise of Saxony, and held at Wartburg Castle for several months to protect him from Vatican assassins. During that time, he translated the Bible into vernacular German, and it may have been the most important thing he ever did, starting with the New Testament and then later the Old Testament. But now the Gutenberg press started printing off large quantities of common language Bibles, and the fires of the Inquisition couldn't keep up. Other brave Christians, like William Tyndale, also a Roman Catholic priest, began translating Bibles into the language of their people. Tyndale was English, like Wycliffe, and he too was eventually executed by Rome for his crime. But now Rome had a problem. There were too many Bibles and Bible translators to be kept in check by burning them all. A new tactic was born, a tactic that English Cardinal Thomas Wolsey called learning against learning. And that tactic was to discredit the Bible in order to force people to return to accepting Rome as the ultimate authority over their body and soul. In this tactic of learning against learning, Rome would literally rewrite reality and weave a false reality matrix that we now all swim in to this day. For thousands of years, mankind understood the earth to be flat and stationary. Only rarely did men like Pythagoras attempt to claim otherwise. And it's interesting to note that many Freemasons consider Pythagoras to be one of the first of their craft. But now rewriting our reality as a tactic to discredit the Bible became a top priority in the face of Martin Luther's 1517 Reformation, Protestant Reformation. The Catholic response would be the Counter-Reformation, and it would be spearheaded by a Spanish Templar knight named Ignatius of Loyola and his followers, whom we call today the Jesuits. Their first opportunity came from the Vatican's mathematician, a Polish priest named Nicholas Copernicus. Copernicus gave birth to the modern heliocentric model of the universe with his work De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. Copernicus knew he was weaving a matrix of lies and wanted to hold publication of De Revolutionibus until after his death. But powerful Roman Catholic clergy like Tiedemann Gies, Bishop of Culm, and the papal secretary himself, Johann Wiedmanstadt, forced him to publish in 1543. The facts that Catholic clergy forced Copernicus to publish, or that Copernicus was the Vatican mathematician, or that he received his doctorate in canon law from Bologna University. Canon law are the precepts by which Rome governed nations. Adam Weishaupt was a doctor in canon law. Or that he was a Roman Catholic priest. These have all been swept under the carpet. But Copernicus never married, and even the Catholic Encyclopedia had to note that in 1537 King Sigismund of Poland put Copernicus's name on the list of 4 candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland, which makes it probable that at least in later life he had entered the priesthood. Also swept under the carpet has been the timing of the publication of De Revolutionibus, right on the heels of Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation. And if that's not clear enough for you, how about this? A Vatican agent named Georg Joachim Redicus, who was originally born Georg de Porus, had insinuated himself into the Luther Reformation and was in Wittenberg when he left to become a close student of Copernicus. Sources like Wikipedia claim that Redicus was sent from reformer Philip Melanchthon, a dear friend of Martin Luther, but it is absolutely Roman Catholic disinformation. In the Table Talk of Martin Luther, the great reformer is quoted as having said, "There is talk of a new astrologer who wants to prove that the earth moves and goes round instead of the sky, the sun, the moon, just as if somebody were moving in a carriage or a ship might hold that he was sitting still and at rest while the earth and the trees walked and moved. But that is how things are nowadays. When a man wishes to be clever, he must needs invent something special, and the way he does it, he must needs be the best. The fool wants to turn the whole art of astronomy upside down. However, as Holy Scripture tells us, so did Joshua bid the sun to stand still, and not the earth." In his lectures on the book of Genesis, Luther said, "We Christians must be different from the philosophers in the way we think about the causes of these things. And if some are beyond our comprehension, like those before us concerning the waters above the heavens, we must believe them and admit our lack of knowledge rather than either wickedly deny them or presumptuously interpret them in conformity with our own understanding." The great reformer Jean Calvin, also known as John Calvin, called Copernicus a dreamer who has a spirit of bitterness and contradiction, reprove everything and prevent the order of nature. "We will see some who are so deranged," Calvin said, "not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move, and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possesses them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his fear. So it is with all who argue out of pure malice, and that happily make a show of their imprudence. When they are told this is hot, they will reply, no, it is plainly cold. When they are shown an object is black, they will say, no, it is white, and vice versa. Just like the man who said that the snow is black, for although it is perceived and known all to be white, yet he clearly wished to contradict the fact. And so it is that they are madmen who try to change the natural order, and even to dazzle eyes and benumb the senses. Do you think Calvin knew how the Freemasons were used by the Jesuits? When they are shown an object as black, they will say it is white.
We're talking about our government here.
No, we're talking about a crime, Bill, pure and simple. Y'all gotta start thinking on a different level, like the CIA does. Now we're through the looking glass here, people. White is black, and black is white.
Very quickly, Rome jumped upon this new model of the universe, and Jesuits like Christopher Clavius used Copernicus and his work to fabricate the Gregorian calendar, the calendar we all use. Rightly did the prophet Daniel say in chapter 7, verse 23, that during his vision a being standing near him said, "The fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on the earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, trample it, and break it into pieces. The 10 horns are 10 kings who shall rise from this kingdom, and another shall rise after them. He shall be different from the first ones, and shall subdue 3 kings. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and intend to change times and laws, and the saints shall be given into his hand for a time. Very quickly did Rome and papal agents like the Jesuits begin to push this new cosmology. She took over astronomy and either pushed out or killed off anyone who contradicted the idea that the Earth was a globe spinning in space and revolving around the sun. Even those that met her halfway didn't keep her happy, and she dealt with them as well. Teague Ottenson Brahe, whose nickname was Tycho, accepted the idea that the Earth was a globe spinning in space, but still believed that his own observations and data proved that the Earth was the center of the solar system and not the sun. This is known as geocentrism. Tycho wanted to follow in the steps of Martin Luther and studied at the University of Wittenberg, but was forced out by the plague. Brahe's life appeared to be frequently in danger, and in 1566 he lost a large portion of his nose in a duel. He was 20 years old at the time. He later died under mysterious circumstances at the very young age of 54. One of those who claimed it was simply an illness, a bladder infection contracted during a banquet in Prague, was his understudy Johannes Kepler. Kepler was a German astronomer and supposedly a Lutheran, yet he had an intimate relationship with Jesuits. In 1597, Archduke Franz Ferdinand II of Austria banished all Protestants, good Roman Catholic that he was, and Kepler fled to Hungary. But the Jesuits intervened and convinced Ferdinand to allow him to return. Kepler grew up with a Jesuit uncle under the same roof of their house in Wilderstadt. Uncle Sidaldus was a Jesuit astrologer who also kept a wife. Upon the unexpected death of Tycho Brahe, Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II immediately promoted Kepler to replace him as imperial mathematician, and Kepler very quickly went to work, rewriting all of Brahe's observations to be interpreted as heliocentric and not geocentric. In a paper titled Kepler's Relation to the Jesuits, Dr. Jörg Schuppner at the University of Leipzig noted that it is well known that the order of the Jesuits was the most important and the most active Catholic order in the field of science during the 17th and 18th centuries. One field of particularly intensive successful study carried out by the Jesuits was astronomy. Many of their names are associated with the important discoveries in the history of astronomy, such as the discovery and mapping of moon craters. It is nearly impossible to list all the names of those who made serious contributions as astronomers or mathematicians. One aspect of the considerable role the Jesuits played in the history of astronomy was their support of Johannes Kepler. Some of them stood in extensive correspondence with Kepler. Now, it was obvious to protesters like Luther and Calvin that something fishy was going on in Rome, and the papacy needed plausible deniability while she rewrote our reality. That propaganda was presented by Italian astronomer and mathematician Galileo Galilei, and it's absolutely fascinating what user-edited Wikipedia says. In the entry for Galileo Galilei, under the subtitle Galileo, Kepler, and Theories of Tides, Cardinal Bellarmine had written in 1615 that the Copernican system could not be defended without, quote, a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun. Galileo considered his theory of the tides to provide that required proof of the motion of the earth.
Because the sun is the center of their universe. So they can't tell you it revolves around the earth. Why can't they tell you that, family? Because then you'll know that the earth was placed here as the center so that we are important. This earth is important. How it operates and moves is important. It's not just something that came out of nothing and blew up and magically, voila, we're here. They don't want you thinking about that. They don't want you thinking that you're important. This is why would they want the truth out when they can profit with a lie? Come on. So y'all check out this video, and then we're gonna come back and talk some more about it.
This is just, no, that's unbelievable. This is Yo, that's not a
I don't even have it on. Yeah.
Aber das ist gut, man kann sich da in der Kamera auch sehen, ob man das gleich nicht Okay.
So you see there, you know, with the deception, I mean, it speaks for itself. We got more to get into, so I'm gonna keep it pushing. But even with the sun, you see why they put sunscreen on? Okay, so let's get to Romans 1:25. Who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worship and serve the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. And to read that differently, who served the creation more than the Creator? The sun is a creation.
The whole worship. The sun is our risen Savior. So who owns the sun? Well, obviously God owns the sun. Well, then it's God's sun. And God's sun is the light of the world. Of course the sun's the light of the world. What the hell else lights the earth if it isn't the sun? So God's sun lights the world. He's the light of the world. He's our risen Savior. Of course it's your risen Savior. If it doesn't rise, you're dead in 6 weeks. And the sun, the Egyptians said the sun gives off energy, and energy is light. That's why you have the life of a battery. When the battery goes dead, no energy. So the Egyptians said the sun is pure energy, and it's giving its energy so that we might live. So God's sun is giving his life that you might live. And once you begin to understand religion,
that's who they're serving. They're not serving the Most High. They're serving the elements. All their holidays are based around elements and false gods. All of them. Speaking of the Catholic Church, and then this is why I'm trying to pull brothers and sisters out of the Christian church from doing that, because you're doing the same thing. You're worshiping the host of heaven. The same thing. Even if you're doing it ignorantly still. So you see here, again, all these lies originate from the same place. Let's go to it. So you see Nick Copernicus. He's the one that said the sun was 93 million miles away. Back in his day, how could he know that? How could he measure that? What system did he use to come with that calculation? Theories is true. When we talk about, you know, the dating game and we talk about what's going on, I'm not trying to get off subject, but we talk about people with their delusional thinking. They're delusional, oh, I'm going to go out and get a millionaire. You know, oh, like somebody, bro, oh, I want 5 wives. He work at Walmart. I want 5 wives, man. All 5, all underwear model. You know, like, bro, you realize you made, you know, barely enough to have a child, let alone a wife. You want 5 though. Oh, well, David had wives, and you know, send it to David. Well, yeah, you might be Judah. I don't doubt that, but bro, come on, man. Let's just keep it funky. You know, like I said, the sisters ain't no better, you know. Oh, you gotta be a millionaire. You gotta be Lil Wayne, and you know what I'm saying? And I have his baby and get $8,000 a week for support. No, it's crazy. Like, you really think you're gonna meet a brother that can pay that? Huh? Okay. Delusional. You have a theory that, oh, this could happen. Because I seen it happen for this person, that person, this celebrity, and that celebrity. It's not gonna happen for you. This is your theory. And half of them ain't even living how they portray their living. Let's keep it 1,000. So that's what they were doing with this globe Earth. I have a theory, because I don't like the Most High. Of course, they're changing, taking books out. Think about it. Follow the logic. They're taking books out. They're removing things. They're killing slaves that are reading, so on and so forth. But then they'll turn around and say, hey, we're going to worship the sun. Not enough people are doing it. Okay, we're going to say the earth revolves around it. So that's how important the sun is. So even those that are, you know, following the word, now they're going to be forced to look at the science that we brought through. They're going to be forced to look at the facts and the measurements that we theorize in our delusion that is true. That we can't prove. To this day, with all this technology, still can't prove it, right? It should be all types of experiments. I shouldn't even be making no video like this. Of course, they're going to laugh at me anyway. Who cares? They laugh at truth tellers all the time. But it should be thousands of experiments you can Google and look up and how they measured, and they could have put a camera on a rocket and fly it straight, and we can live stream it. It could easily disprove it. That's just one way. But be not fooled. This NWO globe thing is a religion. It's a religion. Leads back to atheism, leads back to sun worship, leads back to the Catholic Church, leads back to the beast. Think not that it's not religion, because this is where they want to get us to. This is why I don't believe in that, oh, we all people and we all know we not. The Most High deals with people by nation. By nation. And he has people he deals with, you know, throughout the Gentile nations, like individuals, I should say, like Cyrus the Greek, for one, for my scholars out there that want to say, oh, no, he didn't. Come on. What was that? Was that Peter on the roof in Acts? You know, he dealt with a brother, you know, outside the nation. That brother, not his whole nation. But he's dealing with Israel all throughout the book, all from Adam to Revelations and the gates of the kingdom, named after the 12 tribes. Okay? That's what he's dealing with. And these generational curses, what our forefathers did for everybody, it affects you to this day. It's going to affect you until the end of time. You can do something about it as an individual, though, and choose to accept this truth. So, again, this CGI thing, it's only going to get worse. They got Blue Beam now, and we used to do podcasts about this before they were podcasts. We just did shows. You can't even find Blue Beam. All the videos is gone. Now, I don't want to hear Candace Owens talk about Blue Beam. Like, she's part of the system. It's like hearing like MTV do a Illuminati, you know, video expose. You're the right wing of it, or the left wing, whatever wing of it. You're a wing of it. Like oh, let me watch that, right? So you see here, you know, they talk about the star of Mars again. More lies. This is I found this in a Bible group where, you know, and they were clowning it. It wasn't like they were posting it like it was believable, but the 14 missing links. They've been looking for the Sasquatch. They've been looking for these missing links since I was a little boy, since our parents was little kids. Their parents, they can't find it. They can't find it. They can find my page to block it, but they can't find the missing links. Go figure, right? I would like all my naysayers to go check out something called the Piltdown Man.
On the 21st of November 1953, the Piltdown Man, long believed to be a missing link in human evolution, was exposed as a forgery. Welcome to HistoryPod. Arthur Smith Woodward, the keeper of the geological department at the British Museum, proposed that the skull presented an evolutionary missing link between apes and humans. Although other researchers challenged this conclusion almost immediately, fragments of a second skull that Dawson claimed were found only around 2 miles from the original site appeared to corroborate the original discovery. Work of anthropologists and biologists such as Joseph Weiner and Kenneth Oakley was pivotal. Their use of fluorine dating revealed that the skull and jawbone did not belong to the same individual and were far younger than previously thought. On the 21st of November, the British Natural History Museum declared the Piltdown Man to be a hoax.
Okay, I don't have a section here for it, but just something to throw at y'all, just to show this is a bold-faced lie. They say Tommy O. Martin, a bald-headed lie. Bald-headed lie. And they presented it and saying, hey, this is the missing link. And they tried to hurry up and put it in the museum so everybody could just flock to it and just look at it and say, wow, and just go home. But there was a society back then that used to check, you know, when people would find things like archaeology or whatever, to check and see if it was authentic. Because there was a thing back then, people would falsify paintings. Like, you see, you know, I paint, but people would falsify paintings. They would paint an ancient king or something and say, and they would, you know, put some burn marks on it, leave it in the basement for a year, let it get dust, and, you know, and maybe leave it, you know, somewhere, I don't know, in the back of a shed, let it get a little dirty, and then they would bring it out and be like, hey, this is King XYZ from so-and-so, and there were people that would investigate, be like, nah, man, you actually, you did something, this is new. This is what you did to it. And they basically found out that the Piltdown Man was a hoax. So if all this stuff is true, evolution, Big Bang, why do they keep getting caught in lies like this? If it's true, why lie? Why you gotta lie to kick it? Right? So again, the sun worship, the whole stars and moons, this is a sun worship religion. They are hell-bent on worshiping the sun. No pun intended, man. So the next thing, look at the universe and human anatomy. Human anatomy is how the Most High created us. We weren't created just to be, just out of nothing. Again, nothing blew up and created a perfect DNA strand. And not just my DNA, your DNA. Think about rabbits, foxes, skunks, dogs, cats, birds. All this DNA, and they reproduce and move accordingly in their nature. So just think about that. I mean, even the lightning strike and the tree branches, and even we look at the tree branches, you look at the veins we have in our arms and hearts and everything else. The veins, the thumbprint with the tree. I mean, I'm not trying to get hippie-ish on y'all. That's not why I ain't trying to do that, but I'm just trying to get y'all to look at, we're divinely created. I don't give a damn what science say, what any of these Harvard graduates say. We're divinely created, and they can't disprove that. For real. Intelligent design is the Most High's design.
It's a commonly held misconception that the Earth is a spherical object that revolves around the Sun. But the fact is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice that explorers have been attempting to penetrate for centuries. 2,000 years ago, an Egyptian scholar by the name of Eratosthenes performed an experiment that he claimed proved the Earth to be a sphere. However, there are serious doubts about the accuracy of his data and his scientific procedures. Dr. Leo Ferrari explains.
Oh, the Eratosthenes experiment is an experiment supposedly conducted in the 1st century, whereby this ingenious person was supposed to have proved, I say that in quotes, that the Earth was a sphere of some 4,000 miles radius. Eratosthenes one day noticed that the sun was directly overhead in Syene, whereas he noticed that on the same day, at the same time, the sun made an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical at Alexandria, which was some 530 miles away. How did Eratosthenes in the 1st century know what the sun was doing on the same day in two places which are 530 miles apart? One can take all those same data, knowing that the Earth is flat. In one place you have the sun directly overhead, and at another place, at the same time, at 530 miles away, let us suppose that it does make an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical. Then we have a right-angled triangle, which it can be easily shown that the sun is some 4,000 miles up in the sky. These superficial, even, considerations show that it's impossible. The whole thing, it's a story, a fairy story made up and mindlessly repeated in textbooks.
Fortunately, not all scientific arguments are based on such questionable research. The Greek astronomer Ptolemy determined to everyone's satisfaction that the Earth is flat, circular, and the central body in the universe. His theory went unchallenged for 1,200 years. Not surprising, really. One need only look around. However, the notion that it was some other shape gained some acceptance during the Renaissance. These were impoverished times. Most writers, artists, and scientists could not support themselves through their work. They depended on the patronage of the upper class. Consequently, creative and original thinking men let their imaginations run rampant in order to attract support. In 1543, the Polish astronomer Copernicus suggested the bizarre notion that the Earth is a round ball that circles the Sun. But his book emphasized it was only a hypothesis. He further avoided controversy by withholding the book for 13 years, and then by dying on the day it was published. So Copernicus' notion that the Earth was a ball you couldn't fall off of was readily embraced by businessmen. And when Magellan's crew claimed to have circumnavigated the globe in 1522, it was seen as a new piece in the scientific puzzle. But more importantly, it was seen as a strong psychological boost for free enterprise. It's also been seen as a huge publicity stunt. The argument, for all practical purposes, came to an end when the Church of England was established by law during the 16th century. They rejected many laws of the ancient Catholic Church, and to appear forward-thinking, they embraced many radical scientific notions prevalent at the time, including Copernicus' round Earth theory. With this endorsement, the theory found its way into the schools, which were then largely controlled by the Church. It has remained there to this day, and many children have accepted it without question.
There's all kinds of proofs right around you that show that the Earth is flat. A very simple one to think of is that we use plumb bobs to build buildings. In other words, to get the wall of a building going straight down, you'll take a string with a heavy weight hanging from it, and you'll make the building follow that string. That plumb bob will point to the center of a round Earth. That means that if you imagine that this was the correct Earth, you can imagine a plumb bob held here would point in that direction, and a plumb bob held here would point in that direction. That means the buildings would be bigger on the top than at the bottom.
It would also mean that boats would constantly be sailing downhill. And invariably, in any discussion about the shape of the Earth, the first argument used in support of its rotundity is that as ships sail out to sea, the tops of their masts are visible longer than the hull.
The fact is, of course, that the light rays from the lower part of the ship are no longer reaching the shore.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way. And he's creating a circle. He's moving in a continuous direction around. He goes through the various parts of the circle, and he comes back where he started from. Swung around this way.
Does running round your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
Samuel Burley Rowbottom, better known throughout the scientific community as Parallax. In 1881, he had published this book, Earth Not a Globe. Outlining dozens of experiments performed over many years, it quickly became the standard authority for anti-globularists. Perhaps the most significant experiments were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch. While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion, to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat. In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rowed from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line. Through time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually drifting over the mountains at approximately 27 miles per hour, they now have the appearance of moving at well over 100, 4 times their normal speed. If the clouds were stationary and the Earth was revolving underneath them, this is how it would appear if the Earth was spinning at 100 miles per hour. Yet we're told that the Earth is spinning at 10 times that speed. Consider this.
Those who maintain that the Earth is a globe that spins suggest that people standing at the equator are being whirled around at approximately 1,000 miles an hour. They further maintain that the Earth is spinning around the Sun at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour, and that our Sun is supposedly racing around the center of our galaxy at some 600,000 miles per hour. And yet, you and I both know that on many days it's possible to stand outside without a single hair being messed up by the breeze.
You put your hand outside a window of a car which is going even at 80 kilometers per hour, a terrific wind goes blasting by and pushes your hand back. Imagine putting your hand outside the window of a car that's going 1,600 kilometers per hour. You just take your hand right off.
With a sphere of 4,000 miles radius being spun round once every 24 hours, a little bit of calculations will show that that person there is being spun round at about 1,000 miles an hour and it doesn't know it. I mean, this is obvious nonsense. You go on a merry-go-round and it goes, I doubt, more than 10 miles an hour and you get off all dizzy. You mean to tell me that people can be spun round at approximately 1,000 miles an hour and not know it? Why, if this is so, this whole room that we're in is supposedly being spun round at something of approximately that order of speed, and we don't know it.
There's all kinds of evidence for the phenomenon of what's called continental drift. This means that the continents are able to move as if they're floating on a fluid. Now, if the Earth is spherical, if it's spinning, anybody knows that if this is spinning very, very, very fast like that the continents should all be located at the equator, because centrifugal force would move the continents from the poles to the middle. One of the real big problems that maybe is a little bit easier to understand, sound doesn't travel nearly that fast. So, for example, if you're at the equator and you wanted to shout to warn somebody, it's quite possible they could never hear you, because if you were shouting, say the Earth was spinning in this direction, and you were shouting in that direction, the sound could never catch up to the person who's, of course, being carried away by the Earth. Now, an interesting thing happens at the ends of the Earth. You see, when you go on a car trip from point A to point B, you're moving through what's called space. And it takes time to get through space. But if there is space, there must also be non-space. It's kind of like saying, if there's wet, there must be dry. You can't have one without the other. It's obvious. So when you get to the end of the pizza model of the Earth, you're actually moving from space into non-space. Now you can move through non-space in no time. See, it takes time to move through space, but it takes no time to move through non-space. As they cross the Earth, they will then go into this non-space region. They will instantly then be able to reappear back where they started by taking a non-space route. The moon does this, the sun does this, and stars even do this at a very, very slow rate, moving from space into non-space, and then reappearing back where they started from. This is due to probably of reflectivity and complementarity that is a well-known phenomenon. What you don't know, you eliminate, and that's in my opinion is what the globular Earth theorists have done. They've just eliminated what they didn't know. The more honest approach is the flat Earth approach, where you say, well, we don't know what's at the ends, but the ends are there.
So family, if you enjoying the documentaries, you enjoying the presentation, please like, subscribe, share. This is something that is very important to bringing out the truth of the word and exposing the lies of the enemy. But we're not done yet. Oh, no. We got some more to go. So let's get into the missing curvature of the Earth. And I did my own experiments with this. I encourage other people to do theirs. Like, it's wild because it's like you got the salts, the flats, and you got these areas where it's like massively flat. And I mean, I'm not talking about like when we say flat Earth, I forgot to bring this up. It's not just saying that the Earth is like a disc. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have no disc no more. This is so old. but like a disc, like a compact disc, like a burned CD. No, it has hills, it got valleys, it got meadows, plateaus, mountains, you know, what's the thing, the ravines, all types of different, you know, altitudes of the earth. You know, the whole thing with sea, I'm gonna get into the sea level. The whole thing with the sea level, that's how we know this is above sea level. Denver's a mile high, right? A mile high what? Above sea level, because the sea is always at a level. So, but you can do your own studies with this. They say that the earth drops so much every mile. I believe it's 8 inches every mile square, something like that. I'll put it up here. And again, I've had challenges, and it ain't just me. I'm just speaking on my part in it, but I've seen many other people that did the same research that I do. They've offered 20,000. I've seen 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 12,000. All this money to be proven wrong with the stuff that we're bringing forward. Nothing. I haven't heard one person pay this out. Haven't heard not one person get paid out. Like I showed you earlier, the dude offered 5,000 in the early 1900s. I'm telling you, it's wild. But you see this one here, this is the Alps and the Pyrenees, 275 miles. Another one right here, the Peñagualusa versus Puig. Excuse me if I'm pronouncing these wrong. But another where they found the curvature is missing. You shouldn't be able to see these things. Another one was the Mediterranean Sea. Another missing curvature. Another map proof right here is the ships and the planes, which we'll go into in a little bit. But one that I believe I used on the last video was the Statue of Liberty. And also the other one, it came out on the news, and they gaslit again on the news. Go figure, fake news, right? They gaslit talking about we're seeing a reflection off the sky. Like what? But from Chicago, you could see, I believe it was across the way. I forget. I'll play the clip.
And enjoying the moment.
A year ago was one of these precious moments that went viral. And I thought I wasn't going to get anything that would beat this until I found this photo, Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. A year ago, I showed this amazing picture on air and online. The story has been one of the most viewed stories on our website ever. Most click because of its rarity, and also because there are skyline skeptics. They say my explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up to their belief that this picture is proof the Earth is flat.
They were taken last Thursday night in Muskegon, Michigan, some 70 miles away from Milwaukee. So why does Milwaukee look so close? Well, scientists have a name for it, but it's best explained as simply a mirage.
It is cool.
Cool.
I know for Jesse.
That is amazing.
Jesse.
Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
Bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
Let's win this one.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Up in space, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Very fascinating, and that's the same reason we're actually seeing this ring on the ring.
Think about this. Ship captains navigating vast oceans never account for Earth's curvature in their calculations. Sounds strange, right? They're crossing huge distances, but the math they use assumes the Earth is flat. If Earth were a sphere, wouldn't that lead to serious mistakes and confusion? Let's dig into this a little more. There are two primary methods used at sea, plain sailing and great circle sailing. These techniques rely on plane, not spherical trigonometry. You'd expect that navigating across a curved globe would require spherical trigonometry, but that's not the case. For thousands of years, sailors have used these flat Earth navigation methods without issue. In fact, plane trigonometry often gives more accurate results than spherical math when calculating distances over the ocean. If the Earth were truly a globe, this approach should fail, yet it doesn't. It works so well, in fact, that navigators rarely use anything else. Now, let's break it down further. Some people argue that plain sailing doesn't account for longitude perfectly, and that's true. But here's the twist. Even though it's not perfect for longitude, it's still the most commonly used method because it works better than other systems. If Earth were a sphere, surely spherical methods would be the gold standard, right? But they aren't. There's a famous quote from 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter. He says, if the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the best and truest thing for a navigator to take to sea. But guess what? No one uses a globe on a ship to navigate. Why? Because if they did, it would lead to shipwrecks. Navigators rely on flat maps because that's what works. Carpenter argues this is clear proof the Earth isn't a globe. After all, why wouldn't we use a globe model to travel on a globe Earth? Take a second to really think about that. If ships, crossing vast oceans for centuries, have navigated perfectly fine, assuming the Earth is flat, what does that tell you? Navigators aren't dealing with constant curvature corrections. They're using methods designed for flat surfaces, and they're succeeding. So is this proof that Earth is not a globe? Well, it certainly makes you question the narrative we've all been taught. If this got you thinking, you'll want to check out more of our content. There's so much more to uncover that might just challenge everything you think you know. Stay curious, and make sure to check out more videos on this page.
So you see, I showed the clip, and there's the ship captain right here. Like, it's just beyond your plane of vision. You can't see forever. Your eyes ain't that good. You know, it's a lot of elements. Like I say, I played the clip in the beginning. Do dust, it's wind, it's fog, it's smoke. You know, you can only see so far. So that's the thing about sea level. The Most High tells you the world's established. It's established from all my builders, right? When we drilling holes and doing things, right? What do we want to make sure, right? It's level. It's level. Show a little bit of what I do, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's level. So let's get to Job 21 and 22. Shall any teach God knowledge, seeing he judges those that are high? So these people that's trying to teach against his knowledge believe that there's a judgment for it. I think that some of them do it in ignorance. But that's the whole reason for this gospel, the truth, hitting the four corners. Think about that. Proverbs 21 and 30. There is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord. All these people, and I've come across people when I'm showing them something black and white fact. Hey, this happened on this day, or you know, this is that. Here's the proof. Here's the the scriptures. Here's the research. Not for me to beat them over the head with it, but hey, I'm not just saying this. Go look for you. Well, I always say I've been saying this for 10 years on this channel. Go look for yourself. Do your own research. Do your own studies. Not listen to people fight on the debate or a podcast or Instagram live. No, go read some material. Do some research from people that are actually showing the work, not just telling you, hey, I'm from Harvard and I say it's a globe. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying do your research. And they'll get mad and they'll try, and I've seen it so many times I can't even count. You can't find any wisdom against the Most High. There is no counsel. You're not going to outdo his truth. You know what I'm saying? Just accept his truth or go against it at your own detriment. Let's get to Job 37 and 16. Dost thou know the balancings of the clouds, the wondrous works of him that is perfect in knowledge? Have you not... And this is not off subject, but this is just more to my point. Have you ever just sat back and watched a series like Nature? You know, I'm talking about Discovery Channel, National Geographic. I'm not talking about tribes or people, but just animals. From elephants to ants to beetles, to turtles, to reptiles, to snakes, to little microscopic creatures, the krill in the ocean, to the seals. We watch all that stuff. Now, sometimes they be watching it, they be into it. Sometimes they be kind of, falling asleep. I'll be up. I'll be like, I didn't know they did that. And I'm thinking like, man, all this creation, all this perfect creation, working in perfect order. Who created this? Didn't come from nothing. Just like it was once a surgeon, and he did he was like one of the top surgeons in the country. And he knew head to toe, what you need to do, the veins, the anesthesia. He was on point, and he was an atheist. He was a stone cold atheist, right? And this is a story of hope. That's why I do my works, because I want people to come into the truth. Not come into my channel, be my subscriber, like, send me anything. It ain't about that. Nice if you do, but it ain't about that. It ain't about that at all. It's about you coming into this truth and embracing it. But that's what the surgeon did. One day he started to look at things and look at the bloodstream and how the body could heal itself, and antibodies, and how the body fights off diseases and just all types of stuff. And he realized this couldn't have come from nothing. You look at a camera lens, right? You look at a camera lens, all these different mechanisms and zoom and this and that. Our eyeballs got 3 times what this is. But this has a creator and this doesn't. There's some food for thought, man. But that's what they're hiding with the globe. The globe and the Big Bang are just like this. It's the same thing. So let's get to Sirach 3:21. Love this one. Seek not out things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength. So, I say that word, that's above my pay grade. Should we do this? Should we do that? Hey, G, should we do this? Should we do that? Hey, how about if we do? Hey, that's above my pay grade. And I'm like, no, for real. I know where my level is. I'm right here. I'm good. Now it might be a day I go trying to figure out how he laid the foundations. Where did he lay? How you gonna find that out? When you can only go barely 8 miles in the ground, you can't go higher than low Earth orbit. How you gonna find out? How do you know? You ain't got the answer, Sway. Let's keep it moving. Romans 1:22-23. This one I love. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the incorruptible Father, the Elohim, into an image made like who? To corruptible man. Corruptible man, y'all. Listen to this. And to birds and 4-footed beasts and creeping things. All that they worship is animals and sun and moon and stars. Oh, Doug, they don't worship animals. Really? Really? Have you not seen what the horoscopes represent? They don't represent men and animals and different beings. They are gods and false gods. And it says right here, I want you to look at this. They changed the glory of the Most High into an image. What image? I'm going to show you one of the images right here. They made this image. This isn't something they went up in low Earth orbit and took a picture of. This is something that they created in Photoshop. Check this out.
And in 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped. Astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
And that also was from NASA's website. I mean, they, again, you can see the proof, man. They tell on themselves. They tell on themselves all the time. You listen to a liar long enough, he will tell on himself. Let me finish out. So we got some more pictures to go through. We're going to get into the biblical cosmology of the earth. This is the biblical cosmology of the earth. How was the earth made? How was the earth spoken of pre-NASA, before NASA? NASA isn't the end-all, be-all to knowledge. They're full of theories and CGI. Take away the theories, take away the CGI, and what do you have? $1 billion of taxpayer money gone. Bet Doge won't look into that. Let's get to it. The flat earth photo right here. I found this in my research that they removed. I'm like, dang, these ain't in Bibles anymore. I got Bibles, I got, books and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, they don't have that. And now the older ones they do. And it said that they removed these images after NASA was created, y'all. Something to think about. So you see here again, I'm showing you, it was in scripture. In the scripture, it showed the making of the earth. Who do you believe? The Most High or the pseudoscience of the world? You see here another two Bibles. It was in there. Okay. This was in New York Journal. This is Rio de Janeiro. They have flat earth pictures. If you look in the ancient, these are all over the, somewhat biblically speaking, not talking about strictly in the Bible. They were all over the place. And this is the picture I used for the cover. This is not a globe model on the cover. This is a flat earth model. This is called the Gleason's map. I went through the Gleason's map on my first section of doing this. This is part 2. Part 1, I showed you the Gleason's map. We're going to talk more about that coming up soon here too. This is another fact I was looking at that was very interesting. Again, I haven't looked at it all the way, to where I can do a big breakdown on it, but it's interesting when I was looking at it on a map that the mountains and the great deluge, when the earth was flooded, it looks very interesting. Like, wow, was it split like that? Like when the Most High, saved Noah and his family? Like, that's something I'm looking. This is part of my research I'm looking into. So we're gonna get more into the pilots that admit about the Gleason's map and the flat Earth. Y'all check this out.
Now, I don't know for sure what the shape of the Earth is, but I definitely don't believe everything we've been hearing. But check this out.
Can I talk to the pilot, please? He's right here. You're the pilot?
Hi.
How long have you been flying for?
Like for Delta, 21 years, but maybe like 30 something.
I want to know, because they say the pilots know a lot. Do you think the Earth is flat or no?
I know it's flat.
You know it's flat? How long have you been flying for, you said?
Over 30 years.
And when you tell people that, do they think you're like crazy or no?
Only one person.
Anyone in person?
Yeah, you're recording here.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
They began flying it around the world from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running round your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Oh.
Do you want to know why when you flip a globe over, it says not for educational use, but decorative purposes only? It's because not only would you never get to where you're going, but if you did, you would add miles upon miles upon miles on your trip. I want you to look at the CBS American School of Air map used in 1943 for flight school. And I want you to look at this. Here is a scale. People always say, where's your flat earth map with a scale? Well, here it is. Not only does it have a scale, but it has this funny looking white border with all this outlined mapped terrain. What could that be? What could that be, I wonder? Not that continent at the bottom of the globe, something else that surrounds it. Now I want you to look at this map, and I want you to look at New York, and I want you to look at the path you would take from New York to Moscow. Okay, let's take a closer look. New York to Moscow, how's that gonna look on this map? Let's draw a line right straight across, and notice how it's going to cut through Greenland. Now let's look at what the flight path they show us actually looks like. So when you pull up the actual flight path, this is what it looks like. They make it so it arcs up to Greenland and then down to Moscow. And notice the distance is actually shorter on their curved line compared to this one if you were to just go straight from New York to Moscow. Why would that be longer? Think about that. Again, on the flat earth map. That's an actual map that flight schools used to use. Right through Greenland, and I want to show you why their straight line is actually a longer distance. Because this is what their straight line actually is on a real map. The map pilots use, the flat earth map. It adds distance because you go curve away from it to come back versus going straight across. Now I just want to give you another example of how their curved flight paths from LA to Japan, why would we do that? I'll show you. Because on the flat earth map, LA to Japan is actually an exactly straight line. You just fly across, and I want you to notice, where do they cut through? Alaska, and just on the edge of Russia here. Let's go back and look. Look again. LA, through Alaska, just to the tip, across Russia, and down to Japan. Now is it making sense? Oh, and if you don't believe me, maybe you'll take these guys' word for it.
How long have you been a pilot for?
43 years.
Wow. What shape is the planet?
Flat.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I've been flying, and I've come to the conclusion there is no curvature. I never allow for curvature. There's no way there's curvature. We're round and flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we?
Flat as a
Thank
pancake,
you.
mate. Flat as a pancake.
We're so, and the outer ring is south.
Yeah.
And so north must be in the middle, correct?
Possibly.
That would be the only way that a
Yeah.
magnetic compass would works on a flat plane.
You might be onto something, man.
Yeah,
Might be
but
onto something.
you are not having me on. We
No,
are.
no,
We're round and flat, aren't
Flat
we?
as a pancake, mate. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, man.
No worries.
You made my day.
So again, this is on there because it has to be. Otherwise, everyone would be getting lost. Everyone. And the next time someone says, show me a flat Earth map with scale and a key, take them to the CBS American School of Air Map and show them this. And say, here you go. But as always, I know this is just a fake map from 1940s. They did these things to be funny. There was no point of this, and all this terrain out here, that's really just Antarctica at the bottom that they just stretched out in a circle for funsies. All for entertainment purposes, of course. Have a good day.
So y'all see here, it's a Gleason's map. It says on the map, scientifically correct as is. We're gonna get more into that, but it says scientifically correct as is. The flight patterns, you see the circle map versus on the flat map, which makes more sense. Even the flat map is just a globe because it's not true. It's a circle surrounded by ice. Okay, y'all? And you look at this, look at these flight patterns. If they're flying at these high altitudes, wouldn't that cost them more money? And how come they don't have to calculate for the spinning of the earth when they fly? Have you noticed that? When they're out in the atmosphere, I don't care if it's a jet or whatever, they don't have to calculate for that. Have you been watching this stuff I've been showing you? Doesn't all this seem very strange? I got some more stuff that's going to really make you question what they're telling us. So this is another thing, the gyroscope. And when I was looking up, I forgot the name of it, but it came to me as I was doing my research. The gyroscope, they don't even talk about this. When you're talking about leveling and flying and all that, like, it didn't even come up. All this other stuff came up, black boxes, and I'm like, I don't care about that. That's not what I'm looking for. Because the gyroscope is basically like, use my phone here. It's like, it's something that, they have it digital now, but basically it balances and it's flat like this. So you want to stay level. It's like when you're hanging a picture or doing, your construction work, you want to make sure that level at the bubble is in the middle. So when the plane starts to turn, you see the plane turning. And how does that work on a spinning globe? How does that work on a spinning? It doesn't work. It wouldn't make no sense. That's why they said for Newton's laws to be true, it needs to be flat, non-rotational disk. The Earth needs to be that. So you see this Antarctica map, and I'm going to show you this one too. And think about Antarctica. This is another thing I throw at, the people that believe in the globe, the globers, the globetrotters. You did. Look at Antarctica. Because you know what? And I thought about this today as I'm going over my notes. I'm like, if we were just able to go to Antarctica and explore, just like you can go to a forest somewhere and explore in the forest. If we were able to go to Antarctica organically, phones, cameras, scientific devices to measure whatever, and just go explore, we could shut all this down tomorrow. One of us is going to be right and one of us is going to be wrong. But we will have proof. We will have solid evidence. You can't go to Antarctica. Did y'all know that? I said this before, but y'all can't go there. You can go there only on like a special kind of visa. Like they take you on a tour. They take you right on the edge of the ice. You see some penguins, take some pictures, and you get right back on the boat and leave. There's stories. Y'all can look this up. I'm not trying to get too deep into this. I know boys be watching. But there's boats that drove up to it and they got people like, hey, turn around, and they'll yell in different languages. They'll look at what your boat, if you got letters in Chinese or something, they'll have somebody, translator there, yelling at you to turn around. You don't turn around, they will sink your boat. They will kill you. And I've heard more and more stories about that. And there's people that laugh and say, oh, that's not true. Well, disprove it. Everybody's not lying. Not about that. So it's a big ice wall, y'all. And I would love for people to start addressing that. Another thing about Antarctica is that it's full of military bases. You can't walk on no military base, even in your country, this country, any country. You can't just walk and go explore. They're full of military bases, but not just of one country, all countries. So that's another thing about these wars. How can they war all around the world where all these innocent men, women, and children are living? 90% of the casualties of war are civilians. 90%. 90%. But they can go to Antarctica and have peace. What the hell are they doing out there? What are they doing? Now, I went over this in my first section, so if y'all want to see my section on Antarctica, y'all go watch the first one.
This is the best flat Earth proof, and why no one can drill through Antarctica. The ice wall is alive, and it's hiding something. NASA says satellites orbit in space, but why do 8,000-pound balloon rigs float at the edge of our dome instead? Why does Antarctica's ice wall heal itself when drilled, like a cosmic scab? And why do rockets launch only to hit a liquid sky that ripples like water? They claim we've mapped space, but 85% of our oceans are unexplored. Priorities, right? Earth isn't a lonely rock. It's a sealed flat plain. Satellites, balloons tethered to the dome, Antarctica's ice, a living barrier guarding the edge, that blue sky, water above the firmament, mirroring the 60% water in your body. They fake space because the truth, we're enclosed, would collapse their trillion-dollar CGI industry. Google high-altitude NASA balloons, they're right there, dangling tech over Earth, not space. Teams tried drilling Antarctica's ice for decades, only to hit sky ice that regenerates. Rockets, they don't escape. They splash against the dome like pebbles in a pond. And undersea cables? Proof we don't need satellites when the real grid is under.
There's something really weird. Pay attention. What is that? If anyone can explain what this is, please let me know. Thanks for watching, and stay weird.
The United States developed a network of deep underground military bases, each with its own story shrouded in secrecy and intrigue. First, the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado, a fortress within a mountain designed to defend against the unthinkable. It's a critical command center for NORAD and other key military commands. Next, the Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center, not a military base, but FEMA's heart in times of crisis. The Raven Rock Mountain Complex in Pennsylvania, a bunker intended for use in the event of nuclear war. It's a part of a secretive network intended to ensure continuity of government, capable of housing thousands in dire times. And finally, the infamous Area 51 in Nevada, a name that conjures images of UFOs and secret technology. While its precise role remains a closely guarded secret, it's central to the development and testing of advanced military aircraft.
Though they dig into hell, thence shall mine hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence will I bring them down. Amos chapter 9, verse 2.
I'm gonna have the link in the description box. But just something to think about. They also have deep underground military bases. So if they're that secretive over here, how much more secret are they over there where there's no civilians that can go over there of any nation? Only the military. I believe they're plotting the one world order from over there. Why are they all friendly over there and cool and we're warned everywhere else? Why can't they exercise that same peace everywhere else? Y'all peaceful over there? So again, and I had to bring this out. I almost forgot this one, but this is Auguste Piccard. And he said that the Earth, he went up, and this is way back in the day. He went up, he did his exploration, went up in the balloon or whatever, the highest at his time. And he said that it looked like a flat disc with an upturned edge. The upturned edge is the ice wall. And his name is Piccard. And guess what the elites did? They named the guy that was a captain on the Star Trek, forgive me if I'm getting it wrong, I get him mixed up, but the Stargate, whatever, his name is Captain Piccard. So when you look this up, who comes up? The fake space captain, not the real guy. Something interesting to think about. So you see now these flat earth logos in plain sight. They put it in plain sight because they know what it is. They know about the dome. That's why if you look at the churches, you look at the Catholic Church, you look even at the temple in Israel, what's on top? Even the Muslims, what's on it? A dome. It's the dome. It represents the firmament over the earth. So let me get to these verses. Matthew 10:27. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light. And what ye hear in the ear, that ye preach ye upon the roof, upon the housetops. So when I'm getting into this knowledge and this understanding, I'm not here just to keep it among me and my friends like we some Freemasons or something. This is for everybody to know. But it's going to come out. This is Ephesians 3:3-4. How that by revelation he hath made known unto me the mystery. All these mysteries that we've been wondering about, all these things that some of us haven't been wondering about, is being brought to the forefront. As I wrote afore in a few words, whereby when ye read, ye may understand my knowledge in the mystery of Christ. Christ is the truth. And through that, we can see the truth about the world. We can see the truth about what they're doing. We can see the truth about things that are to come. You can't do it without Christ. You can't do it. He is the truth. He is the one that showed us how to walk. He's the one that's going to come and bring the new kingdom with him. He's going to be the one that's going to burn with fire the world and those within it that don't believe. This is the whole separating of the goat and the sheep. And if you believe in a lie and you're following a lie, whose side are you on when it's all said and done? You're going to get the mark. A lot of people that believe in all that, they're going to be the first ones in line to get the dang chip. 1 Corinthians 14:33, for God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints. Which makes more sense? An intelligent creator, an omnipresent being with infinite knowledge created an earth and everything that is within it that works in perfect harmony. Things that we can observe and see. Or does it make sense that atom came from nowhere, got hot, blew up, and expanded and created this perfect order? Not the author of confusion, man. All right, we're going to round this thing out now. We're going to get to the finale, okay? The final frontier. Okay, so just check this out before we get into the presentation of the documentary. Look at these moon go-karts. Does this look like it's worth all the millions that they've been spending? You see, the government been getting busted for spending all this money, right? That they're not really spending. I think it goes way deeper than what they're showing us. I'm not getting political, but I think it goes way deeper. Look at the amount of money that NASA's been getting and has got. Like, you really think this dude flew a car into space, man? After all I showed you, I'm gonna show you some more. But this is what NASA does. NASA uses a fisheye lens, like I told you about the camera work. When you're filming something close, like Busta Rhymes, one of the first rappers to use the fisheye lens to film his videos. Skateboarding is now it's kind of changed up, but back then and still now there's some that do fisheye lens because you're able to get more of a scene from close up. You're able to see more of the, you know, but it causes a curvature in the viewership. So what they're seeing looks more like it's like a fisheye lens. That's why I call it like a fisheye. You know, things look big and close up and far away, but they're not really that. And then it causes the situation to curve. And the whole Yahtzees, okay, we ain't gonna call them what they is, but the Yahtzees. Everybody's all against the Yahtzees and this and that and this and that, which, okay, I get it. You know, there's a whole nother story to that, but yeah, I get it. But did y'all know that NASA and the CIA took those people from World War II and brought them over to this country to work in their organization? Did y'all ever look into that? It's true. I know. So again, dealing with the meteor lies, you know, it's just lie after lie after lie. It's so many layers of lies. The spacesuits. These spacesuits supposed to be able to withstand 200 degrees or something. You got a blanket on. I just need an explanation, man. I don't know what the hell going on. Oh, and then this is a good point I seen again when I was coming over this information. If that was the greatest feat in mankind, why isn't that a holiday? They didn't do it, man. They didn't do it. So y'all check out some of these videos, and we're gonna get right back into some of these great pictures that NASA has afforded us. Y'all check this out.
He's not actually maneuvering now. He's floating free. He'll maneuver later on in the spacewalk if they backpack.
I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Turn and say you can see Edwards Air Force Base below him. See the islands off the coast of California. His first comment when he stepped out there was, "It's wild out here."
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Just floating free.
Bro, I'm out, man. I'm stripping.
I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
125,000 acres of nothing.
Because the noise they were planning on making would wake the dead.
It's like a horror movie.
And as it turns out, the cleanest.
That cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet. It's raining! NASA's playing God. It's making its own weather.
I keep telling you time and time again, people, cloud seeding and geoengineering is real. And they said this clip comes from 1999 or something like that. Imagine with technology what it would look like today. The weather that we get can be manipulated by...
Yeah, it's an American technology, cloud seeding.
We're gonna have to do something. This guy's doing a flip right here, and the guy next to him just reaches up and grabs a harness that's right on his hip.
I gotta pause it real quick. I'm gonna pause it because the funniest part to me, well, there's several funny parts, by the way. I don't know. But the lady in the background with the hair, it's like, did someone not think that like we've got to make her hair look like that, right? It's got to be standing up, dude. It is hard as a rock. It's not moving. You know, it's like this is supposed to, we must be in space. Look at her hair, like
I'm legally blind. I can see barely.
Because this guy doing a backflip and
then gravity just like gravity goes away. He must have found a pocket.
Gravity goes away and he fell.
Yeah.
Or he got caught up in that harness he's wearing. Here comes the one with Senior. In the background.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
And it's obviously a guy filming with a green tennis ball in front of a blue screen.
Right. Clearly, I mean, it's not even...
And then here's a clip of what they turned it into.
Here's his water particle. Yep. Wow.
This guy just disappears like, makes sense.
Yeah, I'm good to go. Hey, I gotta go.
Yeah,
what we got back there? Another green screen.
Barely.
And this guy,
the ones where they're doing the, he's hanging his shirt, like you can see,
it's not even good.
You can clearly see the artist. It's like if you take your hands right now and you grab your shirt and you just pull out.
Yeah.
Like it's, This one's my favorite right
In the
here.
green
The guy
shirt?
goes to reach for.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a doofus.
But watch their thing at the end. I think this guy's always in it, man. He's the biggest
always
clown.
there.
Yeah.
He's the worst. Like they got to be like, hey Bob, we got to get you out of here, bro. Like you're blowing our.
Look at this.
Let me reach up there.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, kung fu.
Here, I'm gonna pause it real quick. I'm gonna pause it real quick. So
we have to. Then we got to expand.
So I imagine this guy in the green that's doing this flip. Like when they're practicing, like, oh, this guy's got the shit, man. He nails every flip, and you can never tell, right? So he's like the practice king of flips. But then whenever they go to film it, he gets nervous and he spoofs it up and grabs his harness because he is the most.
He's Ray Finkel.
Yeah, terrible, man.
So you see here the pic with NASA and the helmets. I mean, it just gets stranger and stranger. People say it's Photoshop. This was out way before, this whole AI thing. I questioned it too, but I'm more likely to believe it. But I'm more inclined to believe they were lying. This was all film. There's been so many things where they show where they went somewhere in the desert or somewhere in the wilderness and they did like a picture by picture. They show what NASA said Mars is, and it's like, no, this was in Idaho or Arizona. I'm like, damn, like the lies don't last, man. That's the thing. The lies is not gonna last. So you see the astronauts before and after the moon landing. I would like for y'all to go look at astronauts getting mad when people was asking them about, were you really on the moon? And you would think they would want to sit down. Yeah, sit down. Let me tell you about it. They're fighting people. They're fighting the damn reporters asking them about this.
You really like attention, don't you? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house.
It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
The shadows in the wrong place. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
You're full of shit.
Of lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We've got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
Totally nonsense. Mr. Cybro, you do not deserve answers. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
These boys is wild, man. But look at their faces before and after. You seen people that won a Super Bowl with more excitement than this. It's an amazing thing to watch. So, who was on the moon first? Him or his cameraman? Again, the fake gravity, and then look, the moonlight versus the moon landing. Which one is true? And this is the thing, family, like, they keep on hitting you with all this CGI stuff and all this stuff in movies, and people ask like, well, how do you know that the ISS is fake? How many times do I have to show you footage of them showing them gliding across, and there's harnesses holding up his shirt, his shirt getting held up, doing the bankhead bounce, and you can see the straps the same way they do it in movies. These people are they're very talented and geniuses at being wicked. I'm keep 1,000 with you, man. So Y'all check out some more of this footage, and then the grand finale, the documentary, then we gonna get back into it and get up out of here.
But wait, there's more! I saved the best for last!
NASA claims that during the Nixon administration, between the years 1969 and 1972, 12 astronauts walked on the surface of the moon and returned safely to Earth. This event was even commemorated on 2 United States coins, the Susan B. Anthony dollar, which was minted from 1979 to 1981, and then again in 1999, and the Eisenhower dollar, which was minted from 1971 to 1978. The reverse sides of both of these coins were based on the Apollo 11 insignia, and show an eagle landing on the moon with the Earth in the background.
Okay, engine stop. We copy you down, Eagle. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
The belief that men actually walked on the moon is shared by the vast majority of the world's population. There are no high-profile scientists, astronauts, or officials that have openly expressed any doubt as to the reality of this alleged accomplishment. The only exception to this is former United States President William Jefferson Clinton. In his autobiography, My Life, published in 2004, he states on page 156, "Just a month before, Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong had left their colleague Michael Collins aboard spaceship Columbia and walked on the moon, beating by 5 months President Kennedy's goal of putting a man on the moon before the decade was out. The old carpenter asked me if I really believed it had happened. I said sure, I saw it on television. He disagreed. He said that he didn't believe it for a minute, that them television fellers could make things look real that weren't. Back then I thought he was a crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw some things on TV that made me wonder if he wasn't ahead of his time." To simplify, what Clinton says is that a gentleman expressed doubt in the Apollo claims, and he wonders whether that gentleman was correct. Now, exactly what is a former 2-term United States president doing, wondering about the authenticity of the greatest technological achievement in the history of mankind? An event that had marked the legacy of his own boyhood hero, JFK.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Obviously, he has some reason to believe that the moon landings were not authentic. If a former U.S. president is wondering about the authenticity of the claim, does it not make sense that you should wonder too? One can imagine why a former president would not want to come right out and blow the whistle by unequivocally stating his true beliefs. But he did, probably for the sake of his legacy, want to have it recorded that he did subtly flag the issue for those paying attention, and he flagged it by using the old carpenter acquaintance to get his point across. Regardless of precisely how much time Mr. Clinton actually spends wondering about this, a closer examination of the claim reveals that to have performed such a feat in 1969 completely contradicts the evidence and otherwise offends common sense.
Stage pushed. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Run away, Houston. Vector good. Ag start. Yes, that's right.
The last alleged mission to the moon was Apollo 17, which NASA says took place in December of 1972. Since then, absolutely no country claims to have sent astronauts or even animals more than 400 miles above the surface of the Earth. In recent years, space shuttle astronauts completed a trip wherein they attained a maximum altitude of 365 miles. Normally, the space shuttle orbits at an altitude of approximately 200 miles from the Earth, the same orbit altitude of the International Space Station. Now, you might be asking, why exactly is this maximum distance from Earth relevant to our discussion? Well, let's put it this way. The Moon is 240,000 miles away from the Earth. The diameter of the Earth is 8,000 miles. This puts the Moon at about 30 Earth diameters away. In relation to the space shuttle's orbit on this scale, it has never traveled more than 1/2 of 1 inch away from the Earth's surface.
Six, 5, 3 main engines up and burning, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Just getting into orbit is no small feat, as is illustrated by the fact that in all of recorded history, only 3 countries, the United States, China, and Russia, have been able to put a human just into orbit and never being more than 400 miles from Earth. The explanation for this has always been that, except for these 3 countries, every other country in the world has been too cheap and lazy to venture into just Earth orbit. In reality, the reason has to do with the difficulty in accomplishing this. This most of all drives home the point that NASA's claim of sending men on a 240,000-mile trip in 1969, some 600 times further than they can send men today, is just not plausible. One reason the space shuttle has not been sent beyond 400 miles into space has to do with the Earth's magnetism. The core of the Earth is molten iron. As it slowly swirls around, it generates a powerful magnetic field surrounding the Earth. These fields cause the formation of 2 radiation belts around the Earth, called the Van Allen radiation belts. They are made of charged particles and are named after James Van Allen, who was in charge of the Geiger counters installed on the Explorer 1 satellite, which discovered the belts in 1958. These belts are formed by trapped charged particles. The magnetic field traps these particles that originate from the Sun. They then spiral around the lines of the Earth's magnetic field, going back and forth between magnetic poles. As pointed out by Ralph Renee, author of NASA Mooned America, Dr. James Van Allen published an article in the March 1959 issue of Scientific American that described the danger in traveling through these belts. In this article, entitled Radiation Belts Around the Earth, on page 47 of this issue, Van Allen states, "Our measurements show that the maximum radiation level as of 1958 is equivalent to between 10 and 100 Roentgens per hour, depending on the still undetermined proportion of protons to electrons. Since a human being exposed for 2 days to even 10 Roentgens would have only an even chance of survival, the radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to spaceflight. If anyone ever really does go through these belts, it will become apparent just how lethal they really are to humans." Other than the alleged Apollo trips, all other manned spacecraft have stayed below the belts. These belts do not officially begin until an altitude of 1,000 miles is reached. But when one space shuttle crew was brave enough to go nearly 400 miles above the Earth, they started to experience some unusual effects. They reported seeing shooting stars, which were a result of the radiation hitting the retinas of their eyes.
And if I'd have landed 20 feet behind where I landed, we'd have landed right smack in that crater.
When interviewed, Alan Bean of Apollo 12 initially stated that he had not gone through the belts and did not observe any effects caused by them.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
When it was pointed out that the flight pattern took him through the belts, he changed his story.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. And we didn't get any, you know, added radiation.
The space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago. Because I worked in news. I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth are more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed just when they got within 600.
Radiation belt. We saw shooting stars, but they're not shooting stars from with your eyes closed, although they look like it. If you're out in space beyond the Van Allen belt, and probably within the Van Allen belt, and close your eyes and just pay attention. You don't notice it unless you pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flash like a shooting star, except it's like that. There goes one this way. Then one just blossoms. And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes and one goes whoosh. And what's happening is cosmic rays are hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So that's what you see. And they got high enough apparently to close it. My guess is in Earth orbit, if you closed your eyes and just paid attention, that you would see them.
The first time they were seen was when they went to 365 miles.
Yes.
That's 650 miles below or away from the radiation.
Yeah, see, it's below. My guess if they just did it tonight. But see, if you're just going to sleep or closing your eyes or it's dark, you don't notice them. But if you'll close your eyes and pay attention, which we had an experiment to do, by the way, then you see them whistling by. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet. I saw them one day on the moon. It wasn't dark, and it was kind of dark, and I saw this flash of light. And it looked like it was on the moon, but really it wasn't. It was a flash of light in my eye.
Some scientists argue that the trip through the belts was so brief, that is only a few hours, that the radiation would not have had a negative effect on the astronauts. But the question remains, if these belts are not dangerous, why in the last 30 years has absolutely no country put even a monkey past these belts? The standard excuse is that no one has wanted to spend the money to do so. But to write off every advanced country in the world as too stingy and incompetent in over a third of a century to explore further than 400 miles from Earth really is a bit too much to fathom. It is more likely that we simply do not have the technology to go further at this time. Try to imagine the flight pattern of the Apollo moon missions. NASA says that 3 astronauts took off in a multi-stage rocket, and then 3 days later were in lunar orbit some 60 miles above the moon's surface, going about 4,000 miles per hour, or a little over Mach 6. Then, the spacecraft separated into 2 modules. One astronaut stayed in lunar orbit in the CSM. The other 2 flew down to the surface of the moon in the lunar module.
10 feet. Contact. Engine stop. Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed.
The first question that immediately comes to mind is how they were able to design a craft on Earth that would perform so well under quite different conditions on the moon, namely in a vacuum and in 1/6 gravity without killing anyone. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle used to train the astronauts for a landing had a jet engine, which of course would never have worked out in the vacuum of space. NASA's answer to this is that the simulator provided 5/6 or 83% of the propulsion to simulate the amount of thrust that the rocket engine would need to lift the craft while flying down to the surface of the moon. This would be using 83% of Earth's propulsion requirements to adjust for an environment with only 17% of the Earth's gravity? Explanations such as this certainly drive home the point that no matter how convoluted, they will always have a rationalization for everything. After supposedly landing on the moon during Apollo 17, 2 astronauts allegedly spent 3 days there. During this time, they were either in a small capsule, walking on the surface in their air-conditioned spacesuits, or riding around in the $60 million lunar rover.
The lunar surface temperature in the sun should be around 135 degrees today. In the shade, the temperature would again be about minus 100 to minus 150 degrees Fahrenheit. That would be in the shadow of the lunar module.
If the LEM didn't have climate control, would it and had air in it, would it be hot or cold without the climate control?
If you just took a lunar module and well, let's take the climate control and it fails. All right, what happens then? You've got air and setting there. It's 70 degrees. If the lunar module is setting in the sun, which it always is, then slowly but surely that temperature inside is going to go up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Now you ain't going to make it because you're going to cook long before that.
What powered the air conditioning?
What powered the air? Batteries. You had a number of big batteries in the lunar module. They powered pumps. They powered the air conditioning. They powered the communication system. And that's the reason we were only able to stay on the moon 33 hours. Later on, we got a little better batteries, more batteries, and we could stay longer.
Now let's examine some problems with the astronauts' time on the moon's surface. In the sunlit areas, the temperature on the surface of the moon is 250 degrees Fahrenheit. If the sunlight struck the astronauts' suits or the surface of the moon, they would heat up very quickly. Considering that they always landed on the daylight side of the moon, the energy from the sun would be radiated directly at them, and additionally, the heat would be collected and radiated by the moon itself. Put simply, the astronauts had no energy source that would have enabled them to reject the sun's intense heat. The moon has no atmosphere. It has a vacuum. Conduction and convection could not practically be used for cooling. The heat would have had to have been radiated away.
I know, Bob. I know.
They carried no energy source potent enough to re-radiate this heat away.
What powered the air conditioning?
What powered the air? Batteries. You had a number of big batteries in the lunar module.
Alan Bean's explanation of using batteries is not convincing. Efforts to explain successful functioning of the spacesuits amount to elaborate double talk.
Fantastic, sports fan.
After allegedly spending 3 days on the surface, the two astronauts blasted off, went up 69 miles, somehow docked with the command module traveling at a speed of over 4,000 miles per hour, and then they all flew back to Earth for a round trip of 480,000 miles. Doesn't this seem a bit beyond 1969 technology? How can this be explained as anything other than an accomplishment beyond belief? So what purpose would it serve to contrive such an elaborate hoax? Let's take a brief look at the events leading up to the American space race. After the Russians thoroughly spooked America in 1957 with the launching of Sputnik, citizens were in fear that the USSR would soon be able to drop an atomic bomb on the United States from orbit. What could be done to avert such a disaster? And to what lengths would the United States government go to ensure national security?
The Soviet Union has launched a second Earth satellite.
Gets the American people alarmed that a foreign country, especially an enemy country, can do this, and we fear this.
Man had his first great success in space when the Russians pushed a man across the threshold. He was Yuri Gagarin, the astronaut the Russians lionized as the first to orbit the Earth. It was the propaganda coup of the year. After the Russian flight, U.S. plans were accelerated. Commander Alan B. Shepard was sent into suborbital flight. Unlike the Russian venture, this took place in the white-hot glare of worldwide publicity. The Mercury capsule is right on course as the commander took over the controls to become the first man to guide a spacecraft.
As the tension increasingly rose between the world's two dominant post-war powers, the space race went into high gear, with Kennedy promising in 1961 to put a man on the moon by the end of the decade.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Of course, the United States would spare no expense to hold off an attack from space by the USSR. What countermeasures were at their disposal? Could they not simply stage a moon landing as an elaborate form of propaganda against Russia, while emboldening U.S. morale?
High in the volcanic mountains of Arizona, a little piece of the moon was recreated on Earth. This field of craters seen from the air precisely matches a view of the Sea of Tranquility on the moon.
It is common in the history of warfare to intimidate your foe by means of deception. For example, during World War II, the Allies placed inflatable tanks on the battlefield to make the enemy think they were confronting a more formidable foe. One could say that the Apollo bluff worked, as there never was a nuclear war. Yet, no one has ever come forward and actually admitted to this deception long after the Cold War hostilities have ceased.
I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
I probably would have done what the other 6 did, because I'm just as stubborn as anybody else. I said, I don't need to prove to you that I went to the moon. I know I went.
Well, I know for a fact you didn't walk on the moon. I've seen the footage.
That's fine. It's okay if you know it. Do you understand that? You can have any opinion you want. That's what's wonderful about this country. You can believe anything you want. And it's okay with me, for sure.
Right.
The most common question asked is how so many people could have been kept quiet about it. One wonders too why the astronauts would go along with such an elaborate hoax. To answer this question, we must all return to World War II Germany. Under Adolf Hitler's leadership, a Nazi war criminal named Werner von Braun built thousands of V-2 rockets through slave labor that were launched against London.
Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun.
After the war, the Soviets and the Americans divided up the rocket technology. The Americans brought home over 100 top Nazi propulsion specialists, including their leading rocket scientist, von Braun.
Say rather that he's apolitical.
Since most people wanted to come live in America, the Soviet Union was given most of the hardware, which, to a large degree, contributed to their victory with Sputnik.
In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
By 1961, Nazi rocket scientists such as von Braun maintained a close relationship with President John F. Kennedy, as he moved to fulfill his promise to land Americans on the moon before the end of 1969. Yet today, NASA says it will be 2018 before we go back to the moon, despite having supposedly been there over 35 years ago.
It is time for America to take the next steps. Today I announce a new plan to explore space and extend a human presence across our solar system. We will begin the effort quickly, using existing programs and personnel. We'll make steady progress. One mission, one voyage, one landing at a time. Our third goal is to return to the moon by 2020 as the launching point for missions beyond. Beginning no later than 2008, we will send a series of robotic missions to the lunar surface to research and prepare for future human exploration. Using the Crew Exploration Vehicle, we will undertake extended human missions to the moon as early as 2015, with the goal of living and working there for increasingly extended periods of time.
Would we ever consider it reasonable if there were a 40-year span between the first and second trips across the Atlantic Ocean? Why such a late date? In 1953, von Braun wrote a book on how to get to the moon, titled Conquest of the Moon. On page 14 of his book, he states, "It is commonly believed that man will fly directly from the Earth to the moon, but to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. It would have to develop sufficient speed to penetrate the atmosphere and overcome the Earth's gravity, and, having traveled all the way to the Moon, it must still have enough fuel to land safely and make the return trip to Earth. Furthermore, in order to give the expedition a margin of safety, we would not use one ship alone, but a minimum of 3. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the non-stop flight from the Earth to the Moon and return. The figures speak for themselves. Each rocket ship would be taller than New York's Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons. The Apollo program's 3-stage Saturn V was only 3,000 tons. The Saturn V was 266 times smaller than it had to be. Von Braun was certain that the way to get to the Moon would first require that a space station be built, with the rocket parts being ferried there for final construction.
Our first goal is to complete the International Space Station by 2010. We will finish what we have started. We will meet our obligations to our 15 international partners on this project. We will focus our future research aboard the station on the long-term effects of space travel on human biology. Research on board the station and here on Earth will help us better understand and overcome the obstacles that limit exploration. Through these efforts, we will develop the skills and techniques necessary to sustain further space exploration.
The constructed vehicle would then launch from the Earth's orbit rather than its surface. The Saturn V used only 3 fuels: liquid oxygen and kerosene in the first stage, and liquid oxygen and hydrogen in the upper stages. No exotic new fuels were invented to bring down the fuel requirement. Also, the space shuttle has 30% less mass at liftoff than did the Saturn V.
We have ignition and liftoff of Atlantis and the Galileo spacecraft bound for Jupiter.
Yet has never attempted to travel beyond the 400-mile altitude. With Kennedy's promise, the space race was in full swing. Yet it became apparent in the mid-60s that there was absolutely no way anything of the sort was going to happen.
Following in Commander Shepard's star-studded footsteps came Captain Virgil Grissom. Everything is A-OK until the heartbreaking finale. As the captain prepared to leave the capsule, explosive bolts on the escape hatch let go, and the Mercury is lost. However, the Moon gets closer.
The leading astronaut of the day, Gus Grissom, was slated to be the first man to walk on the Moon. He was an outspoken man with the highest level of integrity. There was no way he would lie for anyone. He was also an outspoken critic of the dilapidated state of the Moon program. Just before he died, he hung a lemon on the capsule and held a press conference in which he pointed out the sad state of the program. On the morning he died, upon having difficulty communicating from the capsule, he angrily asked,
"Hey, how are we going to get to the Moon? We can't talk between 3 buildings."
In 1967, during a plugs-out test in which no engines were even ignited, they had him in a sealed capsule and pressurized it with 100% pure oxygen. A fire erupted, and all 3 astronauts perished. After this grisly incident, no other astronaut dared to criticize the program, and after all these years of lying and making their livings off the fame, none chooses to wreck this acclaimed success for the others by telling the truth. There is strong reason to doubt the fire was accidental. Page 81 of the Apollo 1 Accident Investigation Report, issued by the U.S. Congress, reveals that prior to the fire, NASA, by their own admission, were very well aware of the respective fires at the Johnsville Navy Air Station and Brooks Air Force Base. The fires in question, as pointed out by author Ralph Renee, were a result of sparks and even static electricity igniting the pure oxygen environments. In spite of these past fatalities, NASA used a 100% oxygen atmosphere in the Apollo 1 spacecraft, arguing that they had done it previously on the Gemini program. Of course they had. However, Gemini had a cabin pressure of only 3 pounds per square inch, the pure oxygen equivalent to the 14.7 pounds of nitrogen and oxygen at sea level. All previous aviation flash fires had been only slightly higher than Gemini's cabin pressure. Apollo 1's cabin pressure was more than 5 times higher. NASA was aware of the dangers, but they went ahead and sealed 3 of their astronauts inside a highly volatile capsule that had already been packed full of combustible and highly toxic materials, most of which were untested and had not been given their seal of approval before they were installed. The technicians on Pad 34 needed at least 5 minutes to open the command capsule's door. The astronauts had a mere 15 seconds before the fire consumed their cabin. Additionally, in 1999, when Grissom's son, Scott, was granted access to his father's spacecraft, he uncovered evidence that a metal plate had been shoved behind the dashboard to deliberately trigger a spark. Keep in mind that many of these scientists were war criminals imported from Hitler's Germany. One should not be surprised that such horrors could occur when one considers that these Nazis helped perpetuate the cruelest, most brutal atrocity that has ever taken place in the history of mankind. Also, the behavior of the astronauts upon their return to Earth is highly suspicious. Armstrong, Collins, and Aldrin were made to sit and brief the press for nearly an hour and a half. At times, all 3 men exhibited a type of disinterest or absconding emotion, not to mention outright lying. The most obvious error was in an answer given by Collins. The astronauts were asked if they could see stars from the surface of the moon. Armstrong answered, "I don't recall." Then Collins, in an attempt to cover for Neil's mistake, and remembering his equal communal experience of sharing the capsule in Earth orbit for 8 days with his crewmates, blurted out, "I don't remember seeing any."
I have 2 brief questions I'd like to ask, if I may. When you were carrying out that incredible moonwalk, did you find that the surface was equally firm anywhere, or were there harder and softer spots that you could detect? And secondly, when you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
The first part of your question, the surface did vary in its thickness of penetration. One must be quite cautious in moving around in this rough terrain.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil, transcripts published later attributed his remark to Aldrin, who was supposed to have been there on the surface. This was done, no doubt, to throw off most, who had only had an altered transcript and not a film copy of the entire press conference.
We know that a lot of scientists from a number of countries standing by to see the lunar samples, and we thought you'd be interested in seeing that they really are here.
What about the moon rocks, the laser reflector discs, and the photographs of the astronauts on the moon? The Apollo samples are not rocks gathered during moonwalks. They are, in fact, meteorites that were specifically gathered on Earth by von Braun himself before the moon landing ever took place. After Kennedy declared we would land on the moon by the end of the decade, the race to the moon was in full force. So why would von Braun, who was supposed to be working feverishly on the Saturn V rocket, need to go to Antarctica? In the May 1967 Popular Science article entitled A Spaceman's Look at Antarctica, page 114 to 116, von Braun states, "It may well be smart to test lunar vehicles or surface drills in Antarctica before taking them to the moon." This was never done. He did, however, meet up with the penguins. In reality, the real reason for the trip was to gather meteorites that could be passed off as moon rocks. Some meteorites that actually originated from the moon can be found on Earth, as they can be expelled from the moon during meteor crashes. After von Braun found them, the outer surfaces were probably blasted with an abrasive in a ceramics lab to hide the fact that they had fallen through the Earth's atmosphere. After the conclusion of the Apollo missions, some Apollo astronauts made money by taking tourists down to Antarctica to gather meteorites. Due to the contrast with the landscape, meteorites are easier to spot there.
Plain 24-hour moisturizing lotion with real shea butter isn't a...
But it's evidence the astronauts left behind, and not what they brought back, that may offer the clinching proof. Each successful moon mission set up a range of experiments. More than 30 years after Apollo 11, one of them continues to operate, the Lunar Laser Ranger.
There were two major experiments. One was a series of corner reflectors to reflect laser beams from the Earth sent to the moon that then, because of the geometry of these corner reflectors, would send the beam back in exactly the direction that it came from.
High up in the Davis Mountain Range, the McDonald Observatory in Texas continues to gather information from the experiment.
In 33 years, no one has showed up. No one has come and talked to us.
Jerry Wyatt would welcome a visit from the conspiracy theorists. Since 1969, his team has been firing a laser beam at the experiment an average of 240 times a year.
And of course, at Apollo 11 site is where the United States placed its first lunar retro package. So we fire laser at this spot and three others on the moon. Now we've turned the laser on. In a few seconds, you'll see the splash.
The laser hits the reflector on the moon's surface and bounces back as a series of pulses invisible to the human eye. By measuring the time it takes for each laser pulse to return, scientists gather key information about the Earth's position in the solar system.
That's not light coming from the moon. The splash you see is light coming from the end of our own telescope. That's the first spot where man walked on the moon.
Our search for the truth has revealed the definitive answer. Maybe that's why conspiracy theorists have so little to say on this subject.
The December 1966 issue of National Geographic explains why no such reflectors are needed to bounce signals off the moon. This is detailed in The Laser's Bright Magic by Thomas Malloy. On page 876, he states, 4 years ago, a ruby laser, considerably smaller than those now available, shot a series of pulses at the moon, 240,000 miles away. The beams illuminated a spot less than 2 miles in diameter and were reflected back to Earth with enough strength to be measured by ultra-sensitive electronic equipment. It should also be noted that many types of signals can be bounced off the moon, even without such reflectors. In the 1950s, moon bounce was used to communicate around the curvature of the Earth. That is, if you were in the military and wanted to talk to someone in Hawaii from California, you would bounce your conversation off of the moon. The photographs also fail under critical analysis. There are flags waving in the wind even though the moon exists in a vacuum, and astronauts that cannot jump more than 6 inches high on the first mission when the gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth's. But just the sheer perfection of the setups and appearances of the photos is enough to make you wonder whether they were shot in a studio. There is no fog on the film from immense temperature variation, no discoloration from radiation, no lightning streaks from micrometeoroids passing by. Other anomalies include photos that seem to be taken using artificial light. Apollo researcher David Percy traveled to Sweden to talk to Jan Lundberg, the man that managed the group in charge of supplying NASA with the advanced cameras used to take photographs on the moon.
Hasselblad in Sweden was the NASA-appointed manufacturer of a camera capable of functioning on the lunar surface, and Jan Lundberg was the project engineer responsible for building the camera.
Originally, NASA made all the alterations themselves. Then they presented what they had done to us and asked, can you do this? And we said, yes, we can, and we can do it better.
So what does Hasselblad have to say about this classic Aldrin picture? Does it look to Jan Lundberg as though the subject was lit?
Yes, it seems like he's standing in the spotlight. And I can't explain that. That escapes me. Why? So maybe you have to find Armstrong and ask him.
And how exactly did they pan the camera up to film the liftoff of the ascent module on Apollo 17?
How do you think we took the pictures of the liftoff on Apollo 17 with a television camera? How do you think we missed them on Apollo 16 because of the time delay? By the time the guy sent the signal, it was gone and the camera couldn't track fast enough. So on 17 he sent the signal a second and a half or 3/4 of a second earlier so that the camera got the signal and we were... How do you think that happened? I've got a book telling me I didn't go to the moon. That thick, okay? There's a book there when you can't see stars in the daytime and the shadows interact with. I don't give a damn about all that.
Remember too, while the thousands of NASA employees did help them achieve Earth orbit, beyond that, all information fed to the press and public was from the government, and there was no independent reporting.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I'm going to step off the left now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap. So, I guess you want to do it again. Okay.
Has the mechanically refined movement of a precision instrument. Gosh, what holds that up? Well, most everyone asks that question. The thrust comes from a ducted fan.
I see. An enclosed propeller in the platform base spins and gives it the lift.
It has an amazing stability, too, and it's quite simple to control. Mr. Miller, or anyone with normal reflexes could fly it. You simply lean in the direction you want to go and you're on your way.
Well, now, how about that? Hey, just the thing for shooting ducks, huh? Now, can Mr. Miller expect to do his shopping?
So, you know, you see here with the UFO government technology, you know, they've been ever since Roswell. And speaking of Roswell, I want you to look at this short clip here from my IG about the extraterrestrial deception, because that's where it's going.
Good morning, my name is Carol Rosen. In 1974, I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat.
I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Going to be a lot of things happening in space. Because space is the world's newest warfighting domain. Because space is the world's newest warfighting domain. Because space is the world's newest warfighting domain. Amid grave threats to our national security.
And again, this is why you see Elon in space. You see Trump talking about the Space Force. This is way, now I'm not putting it all on them. This is the whole system. They've been building up to this. The Pope talking about he want to baptize aliens. Like, bro, what scripture is that? And they're not extraterrestrials. If anything, they're fallen ones. They're fallen angels. If anything, these UFOs and all that, well, what are they? They're fallen angels. Fallen angel technology is a thing. Look it up. Look it up. So also, I want to check this out. These few clips, the Flat Earth and music, and also one from yours truly. So I'm putting out the truth flat. They're doing it in the artsy way, but y'all just check this out.
They burned scrolls headed to the inferno. The Romans 1492 made the first globe. Columbus had a Hebrew translator first though, cause ours financed the slave trade, converted souls to a heliocentric sun worship faith. Them Catholics declared to worship on another day, to honor a God that their whole world revolves around. Cover-ups of UFOs and domes underground. Even science lies, Big Bang is not a theory, to the point folks claim to see a rocket clearly. Our satellites is viewed from Earth like they watching Siri, but deny that we can see it cross Lake Erie. Hear me? People all look like they're seeing blind. Air, pink, or Earth, they show from CGI. Computer generated image for you to marvel. Heard in the beginning straight from Mr. Blue Marvel.
So y'all, let's get into a conclusion. So this is what I wanted to bring to your attention. You know, again, speaking about Christ, speaking about the truth, speaking about, because he's the word, right? That's what's going to judge them. In a literal sense, though. In a literal sense. So for them to lie to you, they're going to get you to believe that they got all the answers. They've been here, they've been in space, they did this, they did that. The mark of the beast. The mark of the beast, like I said, it isn't just going to be, oh, you can buy and sell. That's part of it. I'm not saying that ain't part. That's part of it. But it's also going to be, when it says that they will do false wonders. They're going to give sight to the blind. They're going to let lame people walk. They're going to have people that can live forever. That's why if you read through the book of Revelations, it says they will wish for death, but death will flee from them. The mark is going to be something deep. And everybody's going to take it. They're going to say, well, no, why would I turn down life? Well, what life? That's why Christ said those that seek to save their life will lose it. They're going to seek to save it. And the only thing that's going to stop, like he said, unless the Most High puts a stop to it, he said no flesh will be saved except for his elect. So let's get to it. So that's where it's going to. And before I read the last part, I ain't trying to keep stopping, but what you believe is important. When I used to tell people this, they used to laugh at me. I still say, believe it or not, the ruling powers, the people that run the world, captains of industry, the government, the owners of society, whatever you want to call them, they have a strong belief that what they do is going to bring forth this new world order, and they will go work for generation after generation after generation after generation to do it. They can't do it with presenting people with the truth. There's no money in the truth. And when people are dealing with truth and then they're happy, they start asking questions and researching. But if they're feeding you lies and rewarding you for those lies, you're never going to worry about the truth. It's the same thing in slavery. When the runaway slave was like, hey, we got to get up out of here, there was a house Negro that they gave a bunch of butter biscuits to, a little bit of extra chicken. Okay, they out there eating that hog. Hey, come on in here, eat this chicken. So when did, Jeremiah say he was going to run away? Oh, yeah, next week? Okay, all right. Thank you for telling me. All right, cool. Go out there and hang Jeremiah up at the tree. They don't want you to have the truth because the truth will set you free. Let me read. And they want you in prison. It's prison planet. Joel 3:2. I will also gather all nations and will bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people, the children of Israel. He's going to plead with them. And for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. So you scattered the people. How did we talk about it last lesson? You scatter them through what? Through slavery. Because like I tell a lot of brothers and sisters, that's Israel that want to keep doing a globe thing. Why would they tell us this? Why would they tell us that? They did this while you were enslaved. The first globe came out when you were enslaved. You had no power. They were scattering and putting you all through the Americas, all through Africa, through Europe, all through Asia. You were scattered everywhere. And even the other nations are under the thumb of Edom as well. So they adopted whatever. This is why the Pope can go wherever and be accepted. Have you ever seen the Pope get bad press on any station? Fox, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, any reporter, any investigator? Have you ever seen it? I'm not going off the rails here. Listen to me, family. They have an agenda. And what you believe matters to their agenda. Because they want you to believe in them and what they're presenting to you. And if you believe in this globe and it's spinning around and this and that and all these different things that they told you about the earth, you're not going to believe the word. So when they come with this all magical chip that can cure all your issues, people are going to take it. So let's get to Job 3:12. Let the heathen be awakened, because this is the thing for my non-Israelite people. My non-Israelites includes people that are not of Israelite descent, not of the 12 tribes. These are Gentile nations. This message is to you. Let the heathen be awakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat, for there I will judge all the heathen round about. He's talking about judge. He's talking about killing them. The judgment is death and in Jehoshaphat. Do you think these people are going to believe any of the scriptures and stuff that I'll put out here? You think that you think that they believe in the globe earth and the government's going to say, why are they out there fighting? Who are they fighting in the name of? They're not fighting in the name of Christ. They're fighting against Christ. And my thought is, and from what, I believe and think, they're going to say that Christ is the alien. That's why why does Trump have a space force? We need a war in space. Who you warring against in space? Who's in space? We can't even get past low Earth orbit. Think about it, family. The UN has an office of extraterrestrials. Do y'all know that, family? I believe they're going to do a fake alien invasion, but they're going to war against Christ. So saith the word. They're going to say that he's the hostile one. Because the Christ of the scriptures doesn't look like the Christ that they show y'all in these churches. So when y'all know, a lot of people ain't going to recognize, man, who is that? What is that? Burning the whole world up. So this is why I said, he that make it to the end shall be saved. Let me read this. Matthew 24:27. For as lightning come out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. So again, if it's a globe and you're in Australia, how you gonna see from the east to the west and he's in America or something, or America gonna be gone, but he's in Europe or something, or it's like the scripture said, he's gonna come back to Edom, but he's gonna be doing this fighting in the valley of Jehoshaphat. How you gonna see it? You're going to see it because it's going to be in the firmament. It's like we see the sun and the moon. We're going to see Yasha. It's going down. Let's get the second address. 13:3-12. They have most of the world fooled. I want y'all to remember that, family. They got most of the world fooled. And they're going to take that mark. And how they're going to be put down is by divine fire. It's going to be by divine fire. The earth was destroyed once with water. Next time it's going to be with divine fire. Let me read. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth faileth when it filleth the fire. And after this I looked and beheld, and lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men out of number, the valley of Jehoshaphat. And especially for the ruling class of Edom, they believe their forefathers. For the most part, there's going to be some that don't. They're going to speak against it, saying we have inherited lies. But for the most part, the multitude, the grand number of them believe in their forefathers. That's why they believe in Copernicus and Galileo, because that's them. They gonna rock with him until the valley of Jehoshaphat. They gonna rock with him all the way till the end. Where am I at? Okay, and it says, men out of number from the four winds of heaven to subdue the man that came up out of the sea. But I beheld, and lo, he graved himself a great mountain and flew up upon it. But I would have seen the region or place whereout the hill was graven, but I could not. And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight. They're gonna be afraid as hell. They're gonna be afraid. They're gonna literally fight against Christ. And I know that's crazy to some people that can't fathom that. But like I said, the earth was created divinely, and it will end divinely. That's why it's important. Wasn't made out of nothing. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude that came, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held sword, nor any instrument of war. He ain't got a Glock, he ain't got a 9, he ain't got the nuclear weapon off safety. What does he have? But only I saw that he sent out of his mouth, it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests, and they all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest, and fell with great violence upon the multitude which was prepared to fight, and burned them up, every one. This is what you see when you watch those end of the world scenes, like from Terminator, The Day the Earth Stood Still, all these movies where you see this giant meteor come and just burn everybody up. That's they're mocking Christ, really. That's what they're doing. We know that that's real as believers, those that can see, but to those that may not know, that's what they're doing, and they're mocking Christ. They're like, oh yeah, he's gonna kill us. We hear people say, send the asteroid, send it, and they joke like, I never said that. I will never say that. You know that the day of the Lord is darkness and not light? What end is it to you? People really think like, man, I'm telling you. Like I said, the earth was created divinely. The earth will be destroyed divinely. Let me continue reading. Where was I at? Blame of fire, multitude. Okay. And it fell upon the multitude and burned them up, every one, so that upon a sudden of an innumerable multitude nothing was to be perceived, only dust and smell of smoke. And when I saw this, I was afraid. This is the light. I don't want to be all dark. This is some of the light. Afterward saw I the same man come down from the mountain, and call unto him another peaceable multitude. So after he destroys the goats, remember he talks about the branches of the tree, that the tree got good fruit or bad fruit. The tree that got the bad fruit get tied up and thrown in the furnace. That's what happened to them. And the good fruit get harvested, and the good, get taken care of. You don't deal with bad fruit. I ate a bad apple once, one of the worst experiences of my life, and it wasn't even a whole apple. So understand what's being said here, family. The earth was created divinely, and it will end divinely. If they lied to you about the earth being created divinely, they can lie to you about everything else. This is the literal creation that we live and walk on and breathe and watch and observe every day. And they're lying to you about it. And you think that's not a big deal? But like I said, people aren't deep thinkers. All they want to do is have bread and circuits. So have your bread and circuits. But for those that see, I'm speaking to the ones that want to be a part of that peaceable multitude that's not going to get burned up by the fire. Because there's many that are. There's many that are. But this is for the remnant. Okay, the remnant are going to see. And with that, I bid you shalom and farewell, family. Thank you for watching. Peace, Israel.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Y'all niggas need to be up in the church.
First of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Disciples Doctrine.
Standing in the lobby, got the full metal jacket in. Might burn the crooked Vatican. Watch me push the javelins. God body praises to a higher looking Lazarus. They worshiping them idols, fleshly kings, good as sacrilege. Try to smoke us like a cool J. Look at cannabis, shaking in they boots, looking like they took a laxative. Wanting in them balances, the averages is calculus. Found the missing tribes, Lord, please excuse our absence.
It's God body, he done build a temple now with hands. God body, hottest RPGs in Pakistan. God body, they deacon horoscopes until they fade. God body, they ain't never tax collection play.
This is dependent referrals, old school brother Diane Curl. House Negro shirt, I hate that man, if that man feral. Just a lone wolf captain, rocking all black apparel. Who like a Spanish caballero with the flat sombrero. War is what I'm declaring, still running the block like Aaron. Steady watching for carrots who copy Kamala Harris. Perish the Babylon, perish beyond Paris. Apparent they all heretics, Bobby done shot Sherry. Knock forwards, buffalo shooters out here in Costco. No domo Eddie got the bravado, coppers Gestapo. Trump swear by the churches, most people honor Apollo. Whining like Moscato, still trying to price the lotto. Nobody's promised tomorrow, either Uncle Sam or the son of man. You gotta choose one 100 grand. Understand who the Hall of Fame, Randall Cunningham. Niggas Alice in Wonderland, just supply and demand.
It's God body, he done build a temple now with hands. God body, hottest RPGs in Pakistan. God body, they deacon horoscopes until they fade. God body, they ain't never tax collection play. God
who's the racist in synagogues? Who's the face of the intercom? Planned Parenthood famous for killing babies in the mall. Seen a bunch of mating calls, got the nation in the fall. You at the trap, they want you niggas steal when you take a charge. You either follow it or serve the monolith. Taxes to the provinces, the opposite of consciousness. Boy, you fake counterfeit, that's why you used to politics. Bootlickers bite the bullet, shot to your esophagus. Until they rue the day with evil boomerang. Who's to blame? Judah heavy as a sewer plate. They asked me would a slave be wrong to sue the state. Even now they give out life sentences for 28. We reservoired up and kept the sword tucked. Prepare to shoot a movie Sunday night.